Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Planning and Housing Committee meeting number 37. I would first like to acknowledge that Ottawa, sorry, we're just going to do a land acknowledgement. One of my colleagues are ready. We're going to do the land acknowledgement. Colleagues. We acknowledge that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. Clerk, may I get a roll call, please?
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Curry. Here. Councillor Dudas. Here. Councillor Johnson.
Here.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Present.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Councillor Troster.
Here.
Vice Chair Gower.
Here.
You have quorum, Chair.
Thank you very much. This is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as items 5.1 to 5.4 and 5.6 to 5.8 on today's agenda. For the items just mentioned, only those specifically identified in the Planning Act who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal if council does not adopt an amendment within 90 days of the receipt of an application for a zoning bylaw amendment and 120 days for an official plan amendment. To submit written comments on these amendments prior to their consideration by City Council on November 13th, 2024, please email or call the committee or council coordinator. Are there any declarations of interest today? Are the minutes of meeting 36 confirmed? Thank you. There are responses to inquiries, tree trenching, and the staffing MOU with Taywin Developer for your perusal. The first item, let me just see if we can clear any of these off. The zoning bylaw amendment for 10 Garrison. We have a presentation and there are delegations for that item. The official plan amendment for zoning bylaw amendment for Roosevelt Winston. There is a short presentation and we have a public delegation. For the item at 424 Churchill Avenue North, there is one public delegation signed up. My understanding is that the delegation won't need to speak if the committee is prepared to carry this one. So first, do people want a presentation on this one? No. Tim, if the committee is prepared to carry this, we're good. Is this item carried? Thank you, colleagues. Oh, sorry, Jillian and Michael, are you here? My understanding is that they were, oh, okay. Hi. So if the committee is prepared to carry this, do you, thank you. That item's carried. You'd already said carried. Really? I think so. Yeah. The zoning bylaw amendment for 1280 Trim Road. There is a public delegation to speak to that one. We hadn't anticipated a short presentation, but I believe the planner is prepared to make a short presentation when that's here, but we have a public delegation to speak to it. The amendments to site plan control bylaw to comply with legislative changes to the Planning Act. There is a presentation and we have a public delegation. The delegated authority for minor rezoning, item 5.6, there is a presentation as well as delegations. The Lincoln Fields secondary plan, of course, presentation, delegations. So we'll hold that. The city-owned lands, item 5.8 for housing developments. There are a number of public delegations on that one as well. So we'll hold that. So let's go back to the top. Oh, let me just check the other items, see if we can clear those out. Sorry, bear with me. Okay, that's perfect. All right, so heading back to the top. The first item on the agenda is 10 Garrison Street. We'll take a short presentation on that one. And then there are two public delegations. So after the planners have presented the item, Dave and Katie will invite you to provide your presentations to the committee 5 minutes apiece. All right, good morning, Margot. I think this one is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Margot Linker, and I'm a planner with the city. Oh, sorry about that. This morning, I will be providing an overview of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 10 Garrison Street. Next slide, please. 10 Garrison Street is located on the west side of downtown in the Westboro neighborhood. It's located less than 800 meters away from Tunney's Pasture O train station and adjacent to the transit priority corridor that runs along Wellington Street. Next slide, please. The site is rectangularly shaped and it's an interior lot that has approximately 15 meters of frontage on Garrison and an area of 465 square meters. It's zoned R1MM and it's on the edge of a low-rise residential neighborhood. This zone restricts development to single detached dwellings. The lots to the north and west have the same zoning. To the east of the subject site, the sites are zoned R3T, which permits residential building forms ranging from detached to townhouse dwellings. To the south, the sites are zoned TM, which is traditional Main Street, and this permits a broad range of uses, including mixed-use buildings to promote pedestrian-oriented development, and the TM11 zone permits a maximum building height of 20 meters. Next slide, please. The applicant intends to demolish the existing single detached dwelling and detached garage to permit the construction of a 10-unit low-rise apartment building. The building is proposed to be 3 stories plus a basement with a ramp in the front yard to provide barrier-free access to the main entrance. In this conceptual site plan, waste and bicycle parking would be stored in an accessory structure in the rear yard. Amenity area is proposed to be provided through soft landscaping in the rear yard, a common gym in the basement, and private balconies. And while the proposed development is not subject to site plan control if there are 10 or fewer units, the conceptual site plan would demonstrate how the development could operate on this site. Next slide, please. This is images describing what the front and rear elevations would be. You can see from the north perspective, the Garrison Street frontage. The bottom right unit would not have a balcony or a porch as the ramp would run in front of that unit. Next slide, please. These are the side elevations. So the northeast perspective shows the side elevation that faces the rear yards of 100 and 102 Western Avenue. And the northwest perspective shows the side elevation that faces the side of Metro, which is a blank wall condition. Next slide, please. To facilitate this type of development of a low-rise apartment building, the proposed rezoning is from R1MM to R4UC. There would be 2 provisions in an urban exception proposed. Firstly, for bike parking. So no vehicular parking is proposed on this site as it's in close proximity to a variety of amenities and services, and it's well serviced by the existing cycling network and transit. No parking is actually required for the site if there's less than 12 dwelling units. This exception would seek to increase the minimum requirement of bike parking at a rate of 1 bicycle per dwelling unit. And the second urban exception would be for the facade articulation. So this zone requires some articulation in the building facade to ensure that there's some sensitivity to the site context and to achieve the goals of compatibility in urban design. On the front facade, there are 5 balconies proposed, but there's the ramp that I mentioned leading to the front entrance, and this disallows a balcony or a landing in front of the bottom right unit. But the applicant has proposed a decorative architectural elements to help create additional visual dimension in the building to achieve the same intent. Next slide, please. The site is designated neighborhood within the evolving overlay of the official plan. To the north is Scott Street, which is a Main Street corridor, and to the south is Wellington Street, which is also a Main Street corridor. And this street has a range of commercial and mixed-use development already. There's a grocery store that is located immediately west of the subject site along this corridor. And between the 2 corridors, this neighborhood consists of low-density, low-rise residential dwellings. The site is supported by a 15-minute neighborhood, given that its proximity to services and amenities along these two corridors. And the site should allow for low-rise missing middle housing to support intensification in this area. Therefore, and next slide, please. Staff recommends the approval of the zoning bylaw amendment to rezone 10 Garrison Street from R1MM to R4UC with an urban exception. And this would permit higher density closer to a main street corridor in a low-rise building form. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. We do have two public delegations. Dave Alston. Dave, are you here online? Okay. Dave is just joining us online. In the meantime, I do want to say hi to Councillor Menard, who has joined us, as well as Councillors Devine and Councillors Hill. The little committee that could.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, Dave. It's a little bit soft, but we can make you out.
Okay, I apologize if you can't hear me properly. I'm just on the road here. Can you hear me now? Am I better now?
You sound good. Please go on.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, sorry about that. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dave Alston. I'm here on behalf of the board of the Wellington Village Community Association. This property falls within our boundaries. We have the area between Holland Avenue to Island Park Drive, and this area, Western Avenue, is right in the heart of our community association. Over the last year, this proposal has given our board a lot to talk about and think about. It brought out a lot of people to our AGM, and it's brought a lot of comments and concerns from our neighborhood. Probably the most contentious issue we've actually had in the last 12 to 24 months. The board does not support the proposal, and there's a series of reasons why that is. One of them being chiefly that the timing of it, with the current zoning bylaw review underway, that we feel that this is being rushed through to try to take advantage of the current bylaw, and we feel that because it's such a radical change, that this demands more discussion and review, and it's such a significant change from R1 to R4. I don't think anyone on the board disagrees that some level of intensification is due here and would be seen, but this is a large amount of development for a small space that is within a residential street right now that's all single family homes, and it's right in the middle of that street. So there's a lot of concern on our board on that way. More specifically, within the development itself, there's no plan for it to be any kind of consideration for the trees on the lot. So the tree canopy is an important piece, and the current proposal as it stands shows that all of the trees existing on the lot are to be removed. At one point, a tree, which I believe is tree number 6 on the plan, was shown to be being kept. It's an old maple tree that's quite healthy. It's in good condition, and abuts one of the properties where the neighbors live to the east. So at absolute minimum, I think some consideration should be given to forcing the developer to keep that tree. There are other trees too, at least, that can be kept that the development does not fall into. And that could be accomplished by having as we push since the beginning on this, to have the balcony moved from the east side of the building to the west side, which would also permit some level of privacy for the poor homeowners who live alongside the development. That's a big concern for us as well. Other notes, just that again, there's no consideration for affordable housing on the site. And obviously we're concerned about that as well. And certainly the impact to the residents at 100 and 102 Western seem to have not been taken into account through this process. Anyway, so that was just my comments on behalf of the WVCA. And again, thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much, Dave. I am looking to see if there are any questions for you from members of committee. And I don't see any. Thank you for your presentation today. We'll move on to Katie Colwick.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you, Katie.
Okay. Hello. Thank you, Councillor Leeper, for having me join. I don't want to repeat too much of what Dave said, but to add on that in terms of the upcoming new zoning bylaw that we are engaging with the city with, this specific block is obviously quite unique. It's mixed between residential and commercial. And I feel like not allowing the community, the neighborhood, to have the opportunity to determine what the plan is for this block as a whole is a bit unfortunate. I think having the opportunity to be able to have more engagement and discussion of where Wellington Village as a whole will go, but also the specific block that does abut Wellington Street. So my recommendation would be to wait as we are engaging with the city on the new zoning plans. Another point, I did submit written comments, but I just wanted to highlight again that we do feel this should be considered as 11 dwelling units. As it was pointed out by Margot, there is 10 residential units currently, as well as a gymnasium and sauna. To our knowledge, that gymnasium and sauna could also be a legal dwelling unit. So the concern is that this would go through as 10 units and then a zoning amendment would come through in a couple years. And as we do need more housing, I don't see why that would be denied to convert the gym to another unit. So us residents are asking that this be considered as 11 legal dwelling unit building and therefore require site plan, which would allow the community to have some further engagement for things such as the balconies not being on the east side, as Dave mentioned, not having the majority of windows on the east side versus the west non-residential side, garbage management, which I know some residents have concerns about as well. And then finally, the trees as well, as Dave mentioned, tree number 6, which is it has a DBH of 500 millimeters and was identified as in good condition. We were told upon initial consultation with the applicant that this would likely stay. I am not sure why it is now being removed. This tree would provide significant privacy for both the new residents, should this be approved, as well as 100 and 102, as well as per the sound study. The sound levels did exceed the sound level limits for the city as per the applicant's review, and that was including the tree with its full foliage. So concerns there as well about sounds for the new residents as well as the residents alongside it. Tree number 1 as well, the pine tree on the front, I would urge the applicant and the committee to see if that could be preserved as well. As we get more development in Wellington Village and throughout the city, which is important, I would wonder if the city could be more flexible and creative with allowing some of the tree canopy to stay. So perhaps we look at different setbacks or moving the side yard setback over. Like, can we have some flexibility to promote development while also saving and preserving some mature trees that are essential for a variety of reasons, which I don't need to list. I'm sure you're all aware. That is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katie. I'm looking to see if there are any questions for you from members. I think I just quickly want to make sure that members have the clarity. The consideration you have with respect to the possible addition of units down the road comes down to the site plan. So this is a 10-unit building, so it's not being subject to site plan. And you're concerned that they are actually thinking of putting more units in the building later on with the rezoning. And right now we're simply seeking to have 10 units put in because it will get them by the site plan process. Is that accurate? Accurate.
Yes. So yes, my point was that the gym and sauna could be a legal unit, dwelling unit as well from the plans that I have seen. So the concerns would be that this would get approved, it would get built, and then possibly a year or two later, that amendment would come through to say, hey, let's make this an 11-unit building. And then we would have bypassed the site plan, as there could technically be 11 units in this building as per the plan submitted.
And
you.
Interestingly, the addition of a couple more units would probably be a minor rezoning, which would fall to delegated authority if we pass the other item on this agenda today. So I appreciate that. Katie, I've heard from you and from Mr. Alston a concern about waiting for the comprehensive zoning bylaw to be finalized before doing this. The comprehensive zoning bylaw proposal would see this lot, which is immediately adjacent to the Metro. The Metro is its side neighbor, changed to an N3B, which would be a 3-story low-rise apartment building with up to 20 units. pretending that this proposal was not in front of us today, would the Wellington Village Community Association be seeking to or be opposed to that zoning? Or would you be opposed to that zoning?
Is Dave still on the call? I feel as though he might be best to speak to that as the president of the CA.
But for yourself, personally speaking, do you oppose a low-rise multi-unit building on that lot as is proposed in our new comprehensive zoning bylaw?
I would have to look at what the whole block will be zoned at. Sorry, I'm not as, I wasn't able to attend the open house to get a better idea of what 100 and 102 would also be rezoned as.
Okay. Yeah, so just for colleagues' knowledge, it is proposed to be an N3B, which when it shares a lot line with the Metro grocery store, strikes me as being the correct zone for this. But Katie, thank you very much for the presentation. We don't have the applicants here, unless we do. Oh, we do. He's not registered, but go on ahead.
Good morning, Paul Robinson here on behalf of the applicant.
Thanks. Paul, did you want to make a presentation to the committee at all?
No, I just address a couple of the comments that were raised by the two delegations. One about the zoning, and you've mentioned it as well. The zoning that is proposed in the initial draft would be an N3B, which would allow this. The only element of our design that would not be zoning compliant is the matter that Ms. Linker brought up about the front-facing balcony on one of the units, and that is only because we have a barrier-free ramp in that location. So this development, assuming that the new bylaw goes through as is, it would be compliant except for that one element, which could be dealt with, I imagine, through a minor variance. In terms of there is no intention for this project to be developed as an 11-unit building. And that would then be, under the current regulations, that would be subject to a site plan application should an 11th unit be introduced. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. I don't have any questions for you. Do any members of council or committee rather? Nope. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation today. Does anyone have questions for staff? I don't see any. I will just ask, what work will be done to try to retain the trees between now and a building permit, if any? It's not subject to site plan, unfortunately, but is there still the potential to do work with the applicant on the trees?
Thank you for the question. Forestry went on site last week to look at the or assess the tree in the rear yard, I believe the one in question. And staff are looking at options with the landscape architect of retention of that tree, just because it is a distinctive tree. Sorry, were you able to hear me? Okay. And if there are no abilities for retention, then the tree bylaw would allow for that removal. There's also investigations ongoing for the ownership of that tree. And if it is a mutually owned tree with the neighbor, then they would not be able to remove that tree. So that will be discovered before building permit.
Sorry, Paul, your portion of the delegation is over and I'd invite you to take your seat back in the gallery. Okay, thank you. So it sounds like there is still some work to be done around the trees. That's not quite final yet. I don't see any other questions for you. Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you to everyone who made a delegation on this one today. Members of the committee, is this item carried? Thank you. We'll move on. Roosevelt, the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 335, 339 Roosevelt Avenue. I think what I've asked on this item is for staff to make a quick presentation as to why we're here today. This committee approved the original zoning. The city has opted to take the land it needs to build a park post zoning, necessitating a new zoning. So we're going to hear from JC about why that is. We have a public delegation. Tim will speak with us, and then the applicant will be available to answer any questions following that. Turn your hand, sir.
Thank you very much and good morning. So the application is for the address at 335, 339 Roosevelt Avenue, 344 Winston Avenue, 379 and 389 Wilmont Avenue. Next slide, please. Property is located west of downtown in the Kitchissippi Ward in the neighborhood of Westboro. Next slide, please. So the land consists of a lot assembly of multiple properties with frontage on Roosevelt, Winston, and Wilmont Avenues. And the site also abuts the O-Train corridor to the north. Next slide, please. So I will be brief on this slide. And so the property has a complicated history, having had multiple visits to the OMB and OLT since 2011. Various proposals ranging from 12 to 16 stories have all received staff support and council approval throughout the years. The most recent approved proposal was for a pair of 12-story high-rise buildings, as well as a pair of 3-story low-rise buildings in 2022. The applicant met with staff in 2023 for a pre-application consultation meeting to discuss the site plan control application. And at that time, park staff identified the need for parkland dedication on site instead of cash in lieu of parkland in accordance with the new OP's land first policies, which increases the ability for staff for the city to prioritize land for parks over cash in lieu. Given the unique situation and the complex history of the site, and also noting that staff's continued support of the proposal through its evolution and iterations, it was agreed that the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications necessary for establishing the park space would be initiated by staff, with supporting application materials being provided by the owner's consultants. Next slide, please. So quickly, the current official plan designation does permit 12-story heights. Next slide, please. The current zoning bylaw amendment, the current zoning on the property is a residential 5th density subzone B with exception 2772 and a schedule 454. I don't think I'm going to go and run through these, but next slide, please. And this is a snapshot of the current schedule 454, which establishes maximum height, setbacks, step backs, etc. Next slide, please. This is the previous, two conflicting plans here, but on the English, there it is. Okay. So the previous site plan shows the 2 high-rise tower buildings at 12 floors each with the pair of low-rise buildings. Next slide. The new site plan would see the removal of the 2 low-rise buildings to make room for the park, as well as a new surface parking area. And you'll notice on this plan that the building heights are now identified at 13 and 14 floors. And that is in response or to redistribution of the density that were originally contained in those low-rise apartment dwellings now into the high-rise buildings. Next slide, please. These are renderings of the proposal. I will let the applicant run through these if they wish. Next slide. The official plan amendment will stay mostly the same as it is today. However, it will reflect the additional height of 13 and 14 stories. It will also make an amendment to one of the schedules to reflect the addition of the new park. Next slide. The new zoning, again, stays mostly the same, except it carves out an area where the park will be, and also reflects the lack of the low-rise buildings and the additional height. Next slide. Oh, sorry. A bit too quickly on this one. We're also adding a reduction in landscape buffer for the parking area, the reduction in the lane for the parking area, as well as provision that would allow one of the visitor parking spaces to be used as a car share if desired. Next slide. So a quick policy review to say that staff recognize that the increase in height represents a redeployment in density in response to the introduction of a new public park with very limited impacts from a massing and shadowing perspective. Proposal remains consistent with official plan policies and secondary plan policies, which encourage density in close proximity to rapid transit. Similarly, The proposed zoning bylaw amendment maintains the bylaw's intent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So how high were the original two towers?
The original, thank you, Mr. Chair. The original two towers were 12 stories each. The new towers will be 13 and 14 stories.
So they're taking a floor and 2 floors respectively of new density to offset the loss of the density that would have been where the city is now insisting on the park.
That is correct. And gross floor areas remain the same.
Perfect. And that parkland, was the city insisted on that parkland after the zoning had already been approved?
That is correct, Mr. Chair, as a reflection of the new OP's line first policies.
Thanks. Good clarity. Mr. Gray. Tim, you're becoming a regular at the committee and I always
No,
look
I'm
forward
not
to
a
your
regular enough,
presentations.
thank God.
We're in your hands.
We're regular at the coffee shops in Westboro.
Yes.
I must admit that. So I'm Tim Gray with the Westboro Community Association. And I think, you know, as we've discussed before, the issue here is with the process. And we feel that we were kind of blindsided by this addition of the park. Because this project has been going on since 2010. And last night I was able to kind of read through the emails that we received over the years from the Westboro community. So, you know, as part of all the ongoing projects that were proposed here. And I couldn't find one that talked about, we need a park. It just wasn't something that, the community wasn't on the radar. And to give the city some credit, we as a community association have to kind of rely on them as they're the planners, and they should be identifying this. If they had have identified this from the very beginning, then we would have, you know, been on board with that, and we would have had a broad talk about, you know, okay, where could that park be located on the site? You know, so as it evolved and we saw this, you know, request for a park, in my mind, I had to weigh that. Do we need a park, or is that land better used for housing? Because, you know, we have this housing crisis and we need housing. And this site is very important because it's so close to the, you know, an LRT station. And, you know, that was one consideration. The other consideration is the city is talking about, you know, that we'll have the same number of units, blah, blah, blah. That's all great. But it's not just the number of units, it's the size of the units and the type of units. There's a huge reduction in the number of the, what we call, you know, family units or larger units, you know, 2-bedroom, 2-bedroom plus. And we as a kind of a community, we really want to see those types of units, you know, in projects where we can get them. We're getting lots of 1-bedrooms in, you know, in these smaller all over the place. But these are the projects that have the opportunity to, you know, deliver those larger units. And not everybody wants to live in a high rise. So removing those low rise, you know, blocks, you know, we thought that was not fair ball, not to just the developer, but to the community, because, you know, when that process all happened and the zoning was agreed to, that's just not for, you know, the developer. it's also a commitment to the community on, you know, how this project is going to move forward. So I just want to jump to one other thing, and that is this thing that has been really bugging me about this project, and that is the turning circle at the end of Roosevelt. And there is the crosstown psychopath is going to go, is supposed to go in that green space, you know, north of this project. And the way that turning circle is, you know, in there, it really creates a conflict at that intersection, because that's where the bridge over to Westboro Beach is going to go. So one thing, you know, we've always been concerned about is how that intersection, it's not, you know, it's you're going to have pedestrians, you're going to have cyclists, and now they're introducing cars and trucks, you know, turning around right where that it's a pinch point. And we think that, you know, there was never enough consideration given to that. And now that the zoning is going in again, that just shrink wraps the whole project. And so it limits what the city and the residents and the developer can do to accommodate that, you know, intersection there. So, and because it's so close to the LRT, and this station is not isolated, but it's going to really rely on foot traffic and cyclists and to get there, not cars. Sorry.
Thank you very much. I lost track of the clock there. So fundamentally, you know what? I'll let Vice Chair Gower.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you for better articulating your concerns about the park and how it relates to the layout. I think when I first read a summary of the comments, I was kind of surprised, because usually when we have delegations, they're asking for more open space, more park space on site. So thank you for articulating your concern. It's about proximity to LRT and perhaps the loss of unit sizes. So no questions, but just appreciate that clarification. Because you're going against the tide of what we usually hear at committee. So it was an interesting comment to read in the report. Thanks, Chair.
Sorry, Tim, if you didn't ask a question, you don't get to provide an answer.
Okay, but you know my answer to that.
So I just want to make sure the Westboro Community Association is not opposed to what is being proposed today, right?
You know, in our mind, you know, the design group, the developer, you know, has done a pretty damn good job, you know, picking up the fumble of the city and you know, and trying to do their best to, you know, move the project forward. We're not against that. We just wish that, you know, if they wanted a park, you know, ask for it in the beginning. And I think Barry Hoban and his design group could have done a great job incorporating that into the property and the development from the get-go, and maintaining that broader mix of unit size, you know, more, you know, a broader range of 2-bedroom and 2-bedroom all the way down to, you know, studios. So, you know, we're not opposed to it, but, you know, as site plan moves forward, you know, I'm going to be talking about that turning circle if I can, if they'll allow me to. So.
Yeah, site plan is still an active discussion. That turning circle is still a discussion with the developer. And I just want to make sure that it's not standing in the way today of approving the zoning, but there is still a discussion of the turning circle to come. Do any other members have questions of staff? Councillor Brockington?
Just one, Chair. Thank you, staff, for the presentation earlier. Can you just elaborate a little further? My understanding is the official plan caps the permitted height at this corner at 12 stories, if I heard correctly.
Mr. Chair, it is correct. At this point, max height is 12 stories.
And can you elaborate a little further with the proximity to the Westboro transit station, why that would be capped at 12?
Mr. Chair, the previous height limit before was 12 was 8, and the increase in height to 12 stories in 2022 was a reflection of the proposal at the time. Other than that, it was not necessarily intended as a cap because the site couldn't accommodate anything more. It was just a reflection of what it was at the time.
And is that related specifically to this property, or is it down, the entire Scott Street blocks? Is it capped at 12?
Mr. Chair, the proposed 13 and 14 story height limit is specific to this site, as is the existing 12 story height limit.
Okay, thank you. So I was probably a little surprised with that, just given the proximity to the Westboro Transit Station and the density that we would like to see throughout the city, particularly at our LRT and remaining transit way stations. But all that to say, I support the recommendation that's before us.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. You might remember the context of this one. It's kind of nestled within a bunch of very sort of small streets that are probably inadequate to even handle the traffic for this one. And then you've got the 32 story, I think, that's gone up at the corner of Churchill and Scott. So there will be lots of density on Scott Street. For staff, I have some significant sympathy for the developer who went through a painful rezoning process, a couple of them. I think that they will be too polite today to agree with Mr. Gray publicly. But obviously the imposition of a parkland requirement at the final minute will have been a source of some consternation to them. What happened? Why would we get through zoning and then require a park?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As it was run through earlier in my presentation, the site's been through complex history since 2011, with multiple visits to the Ontario Municipal Board and the Ontario Land Tribunal. And over the years, the official plan received its own update, and the new official plan now has these land first policies, which give us the power to ask for land instead of cash in lieu. Park staff decided to take advantage of these policies.
So we have, from the time this was first zoned to this point, a change in policy that requires staff to pursue parkland. I think it's whenever they can get 400 square meters.
I'm not 100% sure on the figures. However, I do know that staff member from Parks should be online if you have questions for Park staff.
No, I'm going to leave it. I'm hoping this is a one-off. Clearly going through zoning and then requiring that the developer give up a significant parcel of land is not ideal. I'm interested to see on Churchill, which we just passed, the city has taken land in order to accomplish a protected intersection in what will be a funded project. Great, but the developer knows that going into the rezoning vote. So this is not ideal. It's untenable for me as a politician to have opposed that measure. I'm not going to oppose a park, but it's not ideal. Does any other member of committee have questions? I've lost my screen. I don't know if anyone online's got their hands up. Does anyone online have their hand up? No. Okay. No. Colleagues, this item carried. Thank you very much. Thank you. Churchill carried, right? Trim Road. So. Oh shit. Good morning. Okay, so we have a Trim Road. We hadn't anticipated a presentation today, so I will just ask staff to make it fairly quick before we turn it over to Mr. Unger, who is the public delegation on this one.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair, members of committee, and members of the public. My name is Lucy Ramirez, and I'm the file lead for the zoning bylaw amendment at 1280 Trim Road. Next slide, please. The applicant is proposing to develop the site with 3 one-story buildings containing a fast food restaurant with drive-through facility, a restaurant, office, personal service business building, and an automotive service center building. The buildings are parallel to each other, oriented east to west, and share a 2-lane vehicular access from Trim Road. Next slide, please. So direct pedestrian connection to the multi-use pathway along Trim Road is proposed on either side of the vehicular access. The existing access will be removed and soft landscaping will be installed. Soft landscaping buffers interior to the site will delineate the parking areas from the various uses. And will be planted with trees, shrubs, and grasses. Raised sidewalks and pavement markings provide pedestrian connections between the various uses within the site. The site is currently zoned light industrial subject to a height limit of 21 meters. This zoning permits a variety of complementary uses such as recreation, health, and fitness uses and service commercial, occupying small sites on individual pads or in groupings as part of a small plaza. So the City of Ottawa has received a zoning bylaw amendment application to establish site-specific zone provisions via an urban exception to increase permitted gross floor area for personal service, restaurant, and automobile service uses, to decrease required setbacks, and to permit outdoor storage to enable a commercial development. Next slide, please. So per the official plan, the subject property is designated it's in the suburban transect and designated minor corridor, and abuts land that's designated mixed industrial. I can see the yellow arrow points up to where the property is. The corridor designation applies to bands of land along specified streets whose planned function combines a higher density of development and a greater degree of mixed uses and higher levels of transit service. The site is also part of the Trim corridor within the Orleans corridor secondary plan. Next slide, please. So the proposal for, these are the official plan policies that offer support for this proposal. They're within the strategic direction section of the official plan, as well as growth management framework, which identifies corridors as focus areas for employment growth and employment intensification. Citywide policies to establish soft landscaping along the right-of-way and that the building should interact with the public realm. Those policies are also been addressed. And the development framing adjacent street. That is something that we've achieved through this proposal. Next slide, please. This is the information provided in French. Next slide, please. So planning staff are recommending the approval because this commercial development achieves policies contained within the official plan. It supports a mix of uses and permits employment growth and intensification. Again, that strong edge along Trim corridor. And it furthers the development of a walkable 15-minute neighborhood. The proposal also aligns with the Orleans corridor secondary plan. Next slide, please. Next slide. So we are recommending that Planning and Housing Committee recommend council approve amendments to the zoning bylaw for 1280 Trim Road as shown in document 1 to permit this commercial development.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We have the one public delegation, Mr. JP Unger. He's online and will be on the screen momentarily.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, I'm here.
We are in your hands whenever you're ready to make a 5-minute presentation.
Okay. Just a second, please. Sorry. Thank you. Oh, good morning. Yes, I am the individual quoted by staff who asked questions and provided comments for this application. I live nearby. This is my city. And the proponent is getting from our tax dollars more money than I earned for 10 years of hard work. And I don't see any visible community improvement or anything that warrants it. But frankly, I don't know why I bother being here. I spent a good chunk of time while I was away on vacation preparing very valid comments, most of which are not included in staff report and are preemptively dismissed in the very last line of the report, claiming that requirements of the city's community improvement program are not a consideration for this application. And I get the feeling we will hear yet again from this committee that our hands are tied, so approval must be given. Neither argument is true, or rather, they are a choice. This committee is choosing to craft a zoning amendment and is voting on its approval entirely to accommodate the request of the applicant. The amendments actually degrade established city requirements, for example, reducing setbacks. The amendment modifies existing zoning requirements, which have reasons to be there. If your hands were tied, you would tell the applicant, sorry, can't amend, go and meet the established requirements. Everything that the applicant is asking for is a consideration for this application. And yet we hear that anything that the city supposedly asks for in a community improvement grant is not to be considered. There is less green buffer. There are less trees than could be there to reduce heat and improve air quality. Why aren't there several electric vehicles charging spots? And there is absolutely minimal density, despite being a couple of blocks away from a major transit hub. I am not opposed at all to good development or business. I don't know the owner or owners of the company behind this application and have nothing personal against them. But this application really begs the question of why, when our city is in a quite desperate financial situation, where infrastructure maintenance, transit funds, and many other things are being tossed aside, the city is giving away almost $1.5 million when there seems to be nothing tangible that resembles an actual community improvement. As I said, that is more money than I earn in 10 years of hard work before taxes. After taxes, it's closer to what I would earn in 20 years of hard work. And it's being given to a wealthy business when we're getting no visible community improvements. Does this mean every simple minimal land use business building warrants millionaire city grants? Which leads me to wonder, why would a councillor who is ostensibly a fiscal conservative, not keen on government intervention, and supposedly protective of our tax dollars, would have eagerly advocated to give more than $1 million to this business? Because, quite frankly, it doesn't make sense. Why doesn't it have more floors for business offices, something that Orleans is severely lacking and could otherwise help attract more businesses to the ward, particularly so close to a transit hub? Why doesn't it offer electric charging stations in its parking area when there is supposedly a commitment to supporting healthier transportation options and a climate crisis? And why would one reduce setbacks when that is the only hope of having better canopy development for trees and greenery? Perhaps benches, or something that could perhaps pass as a community improvement. It is a planning issue. And if it's not a consideration for your supporting vote, then what is it? Can anyone just flout any meaningful city expectations once a big grant gets an okay, but get their own wishes moved as a zoning amendment and approved? I am not saying don't build this. All I'm saying is build better. And the city should demand that if it's handing over more than $1 million. But somehow I get the feeling that this is a done deal. The media release about this meeting is probably already drafted. But please don't say our hands are tied, as we hear for every single questionable project that comes this way. If that were true, then why do we even have this committee? Why are you getting committee participation bonuses if hands are tied and it's all a rubber stamping exercise? I imagine the answer is no, your hands are not tied, as you have land use authority and zoning amendment approval authority. What you are going to vote on is a specifically drafted motion to change zoning to accommodate an application. You can just as easily craft that motion to ensure the application accommodates to the city's expectations. I hope you do modify the zoning amendment and require all those things that our city and this committee supposedly advocate for. Thank you.
Ms. Schrunger, thank you very much. I'm looking to see if there are any questions for you from members of committee or even members who are not part of this committee, of whom there are several sitting in the room today. No, I don't have any questions for you. Thank you very much for your presentation today. Are there any questions of staff? Oh, I'm sorry.
We do have at the Christine McQuaig is signed up for the developer. Christine, did you want to make any comments to the committee today? Do members of committee have questions for Ms. McQuaig? No. Okay, and I don't see any questions for staff. So with that, I'll ask members if this item is carried. Carried. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on, I think. Am I correct here? Yes, to the amendments to site plan control bylaw to comply with legislative changes to the Planning Act. Good morning, Jacob. You've got a presentation for us. Please take us through it.
Can you hear me? Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members, and members of the public. My name is Jacob Saltiel with the Zoning Intensification Unit, and I am delivering the presentation for today's report on site plan control amendments to comply with legislative changes to the Planning Act. The site plan control bylaw is, of course, the bylaw that enables planning staff to make a comprehensive review of a site for matters to do with locations of buildings on the lot, access, traffic, and servicing, among other matters, as well as implementing city priorities and guidelines. Next slide, please. The overview for today's presentation is that I will be discussing the legislative context for these changes, as well as the proposed changes to exemptions from site plan control. And finally, other administrative changes we'll be proposing to make as part of this report. Next slide, please. Thank you. Our current site plan control bylaw sets thresholds for exemptions at 6 units and 3 residential units in different parts of the city. However, with recent changes to the Planning Act, particularly Bill 23, More Homes Built Faster, in November of 2022, the municipality no longer has the authority to require site plan for residential buildings of up to 10 units. As a result, we need to amend our bylaw to comply with the Act. There is one exception, which is, of course, that if a lot is within OREG prescribed area 25423, which is generally speaking areas within 120 meters of a watercourse or 300 meters of a freight line, we can require site plan control at lower thresholds in those areas, but otherwise 10 units is the minimum we can apply. And the existing thresholds in our bylaw related to gross floor area, for example, or stories or parking are not valid under the Planning Act. Finally, the Act also narrowed the required plans and studies that can be required through the site plan control process, mostly related to exterior design in certain cases. Next slide, please. The current proposals to amend our bylaw to comply with the Act include an amendment to our residential exceptions. Currently, we have different thresholds that apply in different parts of the city related to parking, related to servicing. However, these thresholds are not valid. So the new site plan control threshold for residential buildings will be up to 10 units. Secondly, we're proposing in mixed use areas to exempt some mixed use buildings from site plan control, where an applicant could get a similarly sized building as a residential building that would be exempt. So for example, in mixed use zones right now, an applicant can have a 10-unit residential building that would be exempt from site plan. However, if they proposed a ground floor commercial building with 2 units above, that would be subject to site plan control under our current bylaw. So the proposal today is to allow for a similarly sized mixed use building to be exempt as to what would be exempt under the Act for a residential building. Another new exemption proposed in this report is for adding units to an existing building. So this would be to add up to 5 units or 20% of the permitted, 20% of the existing units in an existing building, if those units are being added internally and no changes are occurring to the exterior of the building on the lot. So for example, we have situations that come up a couple of times a year where an applicant will say we have an existing residential apartment building that's been in place for decades in some cases. They would like to add 2 units to this building, except it's an apartment building that has 400 units. So that would be subject to site plan control. However, from the perspective of development review staff, if the units are being added in a way that is converting existing non-residential space to residential space. There's not much to review. So we are proposing a new exemption to add units to those buildings, provided they meet certain conditions. Those conditions would be no reduction in soft landscaping, no new parking spots, no changes to the footprint of the building, no increased servicing is required to accommodate the new units in the property, as well as no reduction of bedroom counts in the existing units, so that we do not have situations where people are dividing larger units into smaller ones to add units to the building. Finally, we're also proposing that any building that has received its building permit within the last 4 years would not be eligible to add units through this exception. Next slide, please. There's some other administrative changes that we are proposing for this report that are related to this review. The first one is that staff may waive the requirement for site plan control for those lots that are within the OREG 25423 areas. We are going to ask for site plan control to be required for energy generation facilities to do with renewable energy generation, battery energy storage system, and natural gas generation facilities due to the complexity of those sites. We are proposing to delete the Sandy Hill site plan control area, where right now the thresholds for residential buildings are up to 3 units, which is quite a bit short of the new Planning Act minimum. We are also looking to increase the amount of securities that staff can take for letters of undertaking. This is an alternative to the site plan control process. Right now, the limit is set at $200,000. That was set back in 2019. This is quite a bit lower than what is necessary to take securities through this vehicle. So we're proposing to raise it to $1 million, as well as delegate authority to the Director of Planning Services to increase that limit on a site-specific basis if there's a particularly large or complicated site that may justify increased securities in that circumstance. Finally, we'd also like to close a loophole to do with uses that can be established without a building, such as, for example, storage yards. We have situations where a storage yard can be established without any building. Someone could bring wrecked cars to a lot and say this is a storage yard. Under the Planning Act, we can't require site plan control unless someone is building something. So currently what's happening is we occasionally have situations where we would normally require site plan control for a storage yard. Yet if somebody has already established it without a building, our current bylaw does not let us require site plan control. And so now we are proposing to revise the bylaw to say that if anyone adds a building to one of these kinds of uses, we would require site plan control unless it is waived by the Director of Planning Services. If there are no questions from committee, this concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We do have one public delegation. Cheryl Parrott is with the Hintonburg Community Association. And I believe it once Cheryl has made her presentation and taken questions, we can then move to questions of staff. Cheryl.
All right, I think I'm ready. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Cheryl. We're in your hands. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Well, it was interesting to listen to the presentation because certainly we didn't see some of those issues or some of the parts brought up in what was written. So it's very interesting to hear some of those parameters you've put around it, which we were not aware of. So we were really very concerned about splitting existing units into two or more smaller units. So if that is really written in there, and I'm sorry that we did not see that, if that was clear in there, and that it's limited to an increase of 20%, then I think we don't have an objection. But that was our real concern, is adding a lot more units and really splitting up larger units into very small units, because what we have is, I think, an oversupply of small units, of studio and 1-bedroom units, and any new development that comes in we have maybe 1 or 2 that are a 2-bedroom or a 2-bedroom plus den. We have no 3 bedrooms ever, except in nonprofit housing. So that is our real concern, is splitting up larger units into a whole bunch of 1-bedroom units. So if that is not the case, and that is written in the documentation, then we're okay with that. But I do have a point though also about the servicing. Because if you do increase the units by a lot, which we have seen, then the servicing requirements do go up, and in particular garbage, which has been a huge issue. Garbage is already an issue, and then when you increase the number of units on a particular property and don't increase the requirements for garbage because the building is already there, it's a mess. And we have a number of examples of that. So please make sure that that is incorporated into it when you talk about servicing is garbage, because that has been a huge issue for us. And we would suggest the cooling off period be at least 5 years before any changes, just to prevent the bringing forward one plan and then immediately changing it to something else, which is what we have also seen happen as soon as the building is built. So I think that concludes my comments, but as long as there is no allowance for reducing the bedroom count in these units and chopping the existing units into smaller units, if it's only adding some other space, which I understand also is an issue that was brought up in the Garrison presentation, that the community expects will happen. So I think you do need to look at those parameters as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Before I let you go, I am just going to break with practice a bit and ask for a reply to your concern. Has Cheryl Cheryl believes that your precision satisfies her concern. Do you feel she's correct?
Thank you, Chair. I agree, yes. The new proposed 7 sub 5 of the bylaw, item B, says no reductions to the bedroom counts of the existing dwelling units are proposed. And this is for the proposed new waiver for adding units to a building. So it would satisfy her concern.
Okay. Cheryl, I see you nodding. So you do consider that that's appropriate then?
Yeah, and I'm wondering if that was already in the report and we missed it. And if not, if we could get that in writing would be lovely.
Thank you, Chair. I'd be happy to provide that in writing.
Thanks. Okay, so are there any questions for Ms. Parrott from members of committee? None. Are there any questions for staff? Councillor Johnson?
Sorry, I'm not sure I was first.
Yep, as far as I can tell.
Okay, all right.
Am I in the wrong screen? Hang on a sec. Yeah, no, that's sorry. Please go ahead.
Okay. I think just when you don't have your camera on, the chair might not be able to see you. Yeah. Okay, no problem. I don't mind. I'm not in charge. Okay, so my questions, are similar to Ms. Parrott's in the sense that we near Algonquin College see a lot of division of existing buildings to make more internal units, and also are watching closely the new provision in the proposed provision in the new comprehensive zoning bylaw review, which will allow for rooming houses to go into other zones where they're currently not permitted. So I just want to understand, what controls or what oversight mechanisms we still have for these pieces. So with respect to rooming houses, without having a site plan control in place, how do we ensure that appropriate measures are taken for the storing of garbage?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. In the zoning bylaw, we have to ensure that there are provisions in place that require appropriate storage of garbage and waste management on the lot. And so I'll look into that and make sure that the provisions are in place, that those requirements kick in for rooming houses, to make sure that those provisions are built into the zoning bylaw that would otherwise be dealt with through site plan control through consideration of the application that way.
Okay, fabulous. Similar but different is parking. So, whether or not we're able to ensure a minimum number of parking spots. I think that was briefly mentioned in the presentation, but if you could refresh it for me.
Thank you, Chair. We cannot set number of parking spots as a threshold for site plan control. So if they are over the residential unit limit and we can apply site plan control, we can control parking at that point and zoning as well. regulates the amount of parking that's required or not required on a lot. However, when we're talking about a purely residential building, it's beyond the scope of what we can ask as a trigger for site plan control.
Right. And I mean, I guess what's interesting is, of course, that the rooming house is considered one dwelling unit, right? And the rooms within are not individual units. So it doesn't trigger many of the same thresholds. So that's why I'm just trying to make sure that it comes up in other places. So if it's in zoning, that's great. Sorry, a weird pop-up there. So what measures are in place when a dwelling is built as a rooming house, but no permit is issued? Is that covered off through bylaw?
When a land use changes, they should be coming in for a change of use permit, and it should be caught that way. Do people do that? I guess that's the question you're asking. If it doesn't happen, then yes, it would be an enforcement issue.
Okay. And then I am interested in the idea of the cooling off period, because I saw through my reading that it was a 3-year bump to 4-year. What is the difference, from our perspective as the city, when a cooling off period is further extended to 5 years, as the delegate was suggesting? Is there a cost of a cost to housing that we've calculated for 3-year to 4-year to 5-year?
Thank you, Chair. No, there's no specific cost to housing that's been calculated as part of the report for that difference in the cooling off period. It is something that the further out we set it, in some ways we have to go back and find when the original building permit was constructed, but it really is meant simply to ensure that if something comes in that should be over the site plan control thresholds, we do want to see it through site plan. And if they do convert it later, they do have to justify through those conditions that they have to meet why they're doing so, which does include the 4-year cooling off period. But no, there's no specific cost to housing that's been built into that figure.
Okay, so it's sort of a number. And then with respects for the securities, I know we had talked, it sort of spoke to the an extension of $1 million for securities. Is that going to impact small builders in a negative way as we start increasing securities on their projects?
Thank you, Chair. My understanding is no, this is for securities to be taken as part of a letter of undertaking, which is an alternative to the site plan control process. So it would be something that is worked out. My understanding is the applicant would want to proceed this way. So I don't think it's something that they necessarily have to do. It's if they do choose that, that's the limit that we are setting through this report.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Chair. I know in your presentation you mentioned no change in bedroom counts. Are there things in place to ensure that no one modifies the bedroom sizes? Because I'm sure there are minimum requirements in terms of, I know there's a window requirement, but in terms of minimum sizes or something, are there things in place already, whether from us or an upper or higher authority that would prevent them building a closet with a window and saying, hey, we didn't adjust the bedroom counts?
Thank you, Chair. Not specifically, no. However, with all the other requirements to be able to use that exemption, it's my understanding it would be fairly difficult to do so. You're not allowed to make the building bigger. Really, it's intended for reconfiguring existing non-residential space. So in theory, that could happen. However, I'm not sure how exactly it would be difficult to achieve.
Chair, if I may add, there are provisions in the Ontario Building Code that do specify the minimum size and dimensions required for a bedroom unit.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks for the report. Waste management issues are constantly coming up in our wards, and we are often having to help residents concerned about them when a new building gets put up. So under this process, and I guess the previous process, will there be any difference to waste management control, and how are we going to, look into having input on things like waste management control without SPC?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Menard, for the question. So we are in a period of accelerated change with regard to the legislation, and we are trying to catch up. In the new zoning bylaw, we have provisions for waste management that fill that gap so that we no longer, where we can, that number of units between 1 and 10, where we can't require site plan control anymore. The zoning bylaw is doing the heavy lifting now there in the new zoning bylaw. So that's the intention of the provisions that we've proposed in the draft bylaw, and it's our hope that it's going to be just to address the concerns that you have.
Okay. That was my suspicion, and just appreciate the answer. That is a constant issue coming up in many communities. So thank you. I have more questions on 5.6, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Menard. I don't see any further questions for staff. Okay, is this item carried, colleagues? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your work on that. Obviously, we're reacting to a lot of things these days, and I appreciate that we're knocking off that list. Item 5.6 is the delegated authority for minor rezoning. Take us through that one too, please, Jacob. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair and committee members and members of the public. My name is Jacob Saltiel, and I'm here on behalf of Planning Policy to present the report for Delegated Authority for Minor Rezoning, whose intention is to streamline applications that meet the criteria of minor. The overview for today's presentation is that I'll be talking about the purpose of today's report, as well as the legislative context, the proposed changes to the existing criteria for minor rezoning, as well as what the process is proposed to be for delegated authority for minor rezoning. The purpose of today's, next slide, and next slide again, Thank you. The purpose for today's presentation and report is to delegate certain rezoning applications to staff to be processed more quickly under delegated authority. With ward councillor concurrence. The implementation targeted for this process change is January 1st, 2025. Next slide, please. The legislative context for today's report is that until the Supporting Businesses and People Act of 2021, municipalities were not permitted to delegate rezoning applications to staff for approval. As of that act in 2021, municipalities could specify in their official plan which rezoning applications would be considered minor, and in that way they could be delegated to staff for approval. The criteria therefore must be included in the official plan, and that's what we're proposing to amend with today's official plan amendment. In order to implement the process, related bylaws and policies must also be amended, which includes the planning fees bylaw, where our definition of minor rezoning sits in the existing process, as well as the delegation of authority bylaw and the public notification policy. In terms of council direction, phase 2 of the Bill 109 implementation report directed staff to develop criteria for minor rezoning, which is reflected in this report, as well as this was made a condition number 7 of the Housing Fund Accelerator Agreement to streamline planning applications with the federal government. Next slide, please. The current rezoning criteria that exist in the city's planning applications are mainly to do with performance regulations, that is changes to setback requirements, number of parking spots, height, as well as other technical rezoning amendments to do with, for example, temporary rezonings as a condition of a severance, as well as rezonings to lift an interim control bylaw for one use only, as an example of what's considered in the list of minor rezonings. In order to adapt the existing criteria to this new process that will be delegated to staff propose applying a new maximum height threshold for what could be considered a minor rezoning. So under the existing process, an applicant could ask for any number of heights, and they would be limited by the official plan or any applicable secondary plan policy, as well as staff review. But in order to ensure that applications that come through this process are considered minor, staff propose adding a new maximum height threshold to the delegated authority for minor rezoning process. So this would include the following thresholds. Within the neighborhood designation or evolving overlay, the maximum height would be 3 stories in the neighborhood designation or 4 stories in the evolving overlay. And otherwise the formula would be the lesser of 5 stories or 15 meters, or 25% of the permitted building height rounded down to the nearest half meter. And I'll show you what that looks like in a moment. Another amendment to the criteria is to clarify that surplus farm dwelling severances are considered minor rezonings, so that those rezonings that are generally dealt with at the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee will be considered minor rezonings and delegated to staff through this process as well. Next slide, please. This slide shows the formula for how much height could be asked for to be considered a minor rezoning. So this is not what staff would necessarily approve. When development review staff review a file under any of our rezoning applications, they have to ensure that it conforms with the official plan, secondary plan, planned and existing context, as well as any other guidelines that apply on that site. But this is simply the maximum an applicant could ask for based on the permitted height in the zoning. So to walk you through the table on the left-hand side, you'll see the permitted height of the zone. On the right-hand side, you'll see how much height could be asked as an addition to those existing permissions. So starting in the upper left-hand corner, you see we have 8.5 meters, which represents the sort of lowest density residential zones. And then at the top, you have 60 meters or 20 stories. Now, those numbers were picked to reflect that at 60 meters, that's when the upper level of the threshold kicks in. So after 60 meters or 20 stories, that's when you could request up to 5 stories to be considered a minor rezoning. And then everything in between shows you how this formula scales up or down based on the permitted heights in the zone to ensure that applications through this process will be considered minor within the context for which they are proposed. Next slide, please. This next slide shows a small chart showing how this would operate within the neighborhood designation. So as I said earlier, the maximum would still be 3 stories. However, this does allow some wiggle room to have a taller version of those 3 stories up to the additional 2 meters as shown in this height. So the maximum for a zone that permits 8.5 meters would be 10.5 meters. They would still be capped at 3 stories. And also to clarify as well, residential typologies cannot be added through this process. So if your zone does not already permit a low-rise apartment building or a townhouse, you cannot add it by changing the performance standards. So you would still be limited to what the zone currently permits. It would just be something that someone could ask for a slightly bigger version of it. Next slide, please. This next slide shows similarly how this would operate within the evolving neighborhood overlay. On the left-hand side, you can see 8.5 meters, once again, is the low end of that threshold. And then at 9.6 meters is when someone could potentially add a story to get to that 4-story maximum within the evolving overlay. I'll pause for a moment here. Next slide, please. This slide shows the process. So as I mentioned earlier, this is delegated authority for staff to process minor rezonings with ward councillor concurrence. So to walk you through this table, on the left-hand side, what you see is what would happen if ward councillor concurrence is granted. On the right-hand side is how the process would work if ward councillor is not obtained. Ward councillor concurrence is not obtained. So walking through the left-hand side, similar to the existing process, after application submission is received and deemed complete by staff, signs would go up on the property, notifying the community that there is a rezoning application happening for this site. We're proposing to reduce the public comment period from 28 days down to 14 days, as well as circulation to streamline and fast track these approvals. The next step at step 3 is, I'm simplifying the process here, forgive me. At step 3, once development review staff have gone through issue resolution and are ready to make a decision, they would send the ward councillor the delegated authority report with the draft amendment to the zoning bylaw. The ward councillor will then have 7 days to review this. If they do not respond to planning staff within 7 days, the planning staff is obligated to schedule a meeting with that ward councillor to determine if ward councillor concurrence has been granted. At that point, if the ward councillor does not grant concurrence, delegated authority would be withdrawn and the file would proceed to committee and council as major rezonings do today and as the current process for minor rezoning proceeds. If there's a staff refusal that's recommended at that point, then it would also go to committee and council so that there would be a decision. On the right-hand side, you'll see that this is the process of what would happen when councillor concurrence is not obtained. The first 3 steps are the same. At step 4, if delegated authority was withdrawn, the planner would then have to put that report on the next available Planning and Housing Committee or Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee agenda in compliance with our public notification and consultation policies. Pending any questions from the committee or members of the public, this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks. We have a number of public delegations for this one, so we'll get through those and then opportunity for questions to staff. The first public delegation, Paul Johannes, on behalf of the Federation of Citizens Associations. Paul, I can take it you're online. You'll join us in a moment or two.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, committee members.
Good morning, Paul. Thank you. We can hear you. Please go on ahead.
Thank you. I'm here today delegating on behalf of the Federation of Citizens Associations in my capacity as the new chair of the FCA since our last AGM. So the FCA is concerned with anything that takes away the opportunity for communities to participate in decisions that directly affect them. So this is why we wrote in opposition to what was defined as minor zoning amendments in the staff proposal. We received a detailed reply from staff, which countered the points we made, but left us not entirely convinced. So in the end, we could live with the proposed process so long as a 14-day response period is maintained, signage is prominently displayed at the subject properties, and the applications are listed on dev apps or some other means of public notification beyond the signage so that residents are alerted and can submit comments. But we still have concerns regarding what is considered minor. We would request that changes in permitted heights, the change in use to group home, and modifications to performance regulations not to be considered minor zoning amendments. These applications can be of sufficient concern to local residents for there to be an opportunity for public participation, either through planning and housing or committee of adjustment as appropriate. These are all hot button neighborhood issues. As regards heights, these are set in the new official plan. The new zoning bylaw will implement the official plan. Derogation from these cannot be considered minor. The limits that are set in the official plan are the result of protracted consultation, debate, and compromise, and should not simply be overturned by what amounts to an unaccountable spot zoning. So this brings us to some broader governance issues over the role proposed for councillors in this process. First, we are not convinced that councillors can withdraw a legislative authority which is not delegated to them in the first place. Council is the one that's exercising its statutory power under section 39(2) and delegating this authority to staff, and only council is authorized to withdraw that delegation. The Act provides a full legislative scheme for this type of delegation, and the city must comply with that scheme. But even if authority could be provided that way, there's another problematic governance aspect to councillors' discretion to consent or not to staff exercise of this minor delegation. Some councillors may give free rein to staff, so on principle or simply because they are too busy. Others may only do so for some select cases, and some may on principle never agree to staff exercising delegated authority. This would mean that residents of different wards would not have access to equal treatment under the law. For identical zoning applications, residents in one ward could have access to a full public committee process, while residents in others only a truncated staff delegated process with no opportunity for public participation. So this doesn't seem like a sound governance arrangement to us. So it might be better to define as minor only those that are truly uncontroversial zoning applications, like those described in items 2 and 4 to 7 in the proposed list of minor zoning amendments in the staff report, and have them dealt with exclusively by staff. All other zoning amendments would follow the regular application process and be dealt with by Planning and Housing Committee or Committee of Adjustment as appropriate. So we think a better balance must be found between the desire to expedite consideration of zoning applications and the legitimate interest of community members for being involved in decisions that directly affect them. That's my presentation for today.
Thank you very much, Paul. Councilor Menard has a question for you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Paul, for being here. So just to put a fine point on it, which ones are you saying? Because there's a bunch of different minor rezonings that staff are proposing here, some of which are in line with other cities and some which don't seem to be. Which ones are you saying need to be kept in the staff report, and which ones are you saying you're concerned about, just to put a fine point on it?
Yeah, I'll just read them out. So number 2 is extension of zoning boundaries to reflect addition of lands to existing property. Number 4 is the lifting of interim control for one use only. Number 5 is temporary rezonings. Number 6 is any zoning change required as a condition of severance. And number 7, a change in use that is wholly contained within an existing building's envelope where no building permit has been issued within the previous 2 years to increase the size of the building and which is not located within a residential zone to introduce one new non-residential use. And it goes on and it lists a whole bunch of other exceptions in terms of uses that can't be put in there. So it's a long one, but basically it's a change in use provision for non-residential areas. So those are the ones that we would consider to be generally uncontroversial. They're more technical. And and our proposal would be the staff to deal with them directly. No need to have a councillor detour in this process.
And the ones you're considering controversial, just to be clear?
The ones that we would consider controversial are the number 1, which is the performance regulations. Yeah. And I guess a specific change of use has been identified here. So change of use to group home, I think that is something that also I think needs public airing. And the building heights, anything building heights, of course, just becomes very controversial. So those are the three
just number
types.
1, Paul, then?
In their list, I guess.
List of 7, just number 1.
Yeah, well, number 1,
okay.
And number 4, which is no, I've skipped it here. So there's one that's specifically about changing use to a group home.
Yes.
Yeah. And the heights is set up as heights is not given as a number. It's like that long formula, very complicated formula, by the way, for what would be considered appropriate increases in heights under this measure, as opposed to going through the regular process.
Okay, but just to be clear, the one you're most concerned about, I'm really trying to get to this, Paul, is number 1. You're most concerned about that one of all of the changes that are being proposed.
If in number 1, heights, which is also performed, is included, but heights on its own is an issue that's been proposed in the staff report. So I'd say heights, number 1, which is performance regulations, and change to temporary home, change to group homes. Those are the 3 that we consider controversial.
Yeah, because those performance regulations have some different stipulations in there around floor space, density, yards. That's not as much the concern as it is the piece about regulations such as height. So, okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mard. Thank you, Paul. I don't see any further questions for you from councillors. So we'll move on to our next public delegation, who is Cheryl Parrott with Hintonburg Community Association. Good morning, Cheryl, again. You're on mute.
Thank you. So we do understand the need to streamline the approval process because of all the things that have come down, and we understand staff are scrambling. And we generally support the amendments. However, we have some concerns. So the first one is the building heights, just as the previous speaker talked about. So the maximum building heights, including the requested increase of 3 stories in the neighborhood designation and 4 within the evolving overlay. And Hintonburg, all of Hintonburg is in the evolving overlay. So we feel unduly targeted in this. We're already a mature neighborhood. We display much more urban form and density of development. And we've been accepting gentle infill since the early 1990s. And we're prepared to continue to do that within the current 11-meter height limit. We were rezoned again just 4 years ago to a higher density. And last year, planning staff said that the R4U zones had done their part in taking density, and it was time for other areas to take some density. Yet here we are, yet one more time. And really, there needs to be a limit on these cases in the N4 zones. So in the sample, the example that's given, interestingly enough, they don't include the 11-meter height limit, which is, I think, fairly common in what all of Hintonburg is. And so a 25% increase will add another story to an already dense community. So 3 is going to equal 4. And because we're an evolving overlay, for sure it's 4. So we urge you to amend this criteria by using, first of all, the heights as opposed to stories. So 11 meters and 14.5 meters instead of 3 stories and 4 stories. And we feel that a full story increase from the current 11-meter height is not a minor rezoning. So this should not be delegated to staff. This should be going to committee. And we have lots of examples which we put in our written presentation that we sent to you that shows that the 11-meter height limit can accommodate developments of 3.5 stories, which are low-rise apartment forms. And we sent you examples of the many ones that have been done in this community. And a lot of these low-rise apartments on sort of the larger lots are already achieving a density of 266 units per hectare, which is plenty of density in a low-rise neighborhood. We also have another issue with the extension of the zoning boundary to reflect the addition of lands to existing property. And we don't feel that this is a minor amendment and should not be part of this process. Or it should at least be qualified. So in Hintonburg, we have what's called a neighborhood line, which is used to delineate the lots that are expected to see an increase in height or density from the stable low-rise residential neighborhood. And so we urge you to add an exception for the neighborhood lines in the existing plans or zoning to qualify what type of lands can be added to an existing property. So can you add an MC 9-story to an N4 zone? Can you add industrial to residential? This is all very unclear when you're just sort of changing the zoning boundaries without a proper process. So I hope you consider our concerns and our requests. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. I share the concerns. I'll be asking staff about those. I'm relatively satisfied after having gone back and forth for a few weeks on some of those issues that we can pass this. And I'm also very comfortable that the counselor has the hammer. But I'll be asking questions or to get more information from staff after this. I don't see any further questions for you from members. So we're going to move to our last public delegation on this, Mr. Brocklebank.
I've appeared before this committee or before its predecessor, representing various community groups. Today, I address you as an individual. I've learned of this proposal to delegate responsibility for minor rezoning through my participation in the FCA Planning and Zoning Committee. However, the views I express today are my own. Before commenting on the specifics of this proposal, I wish to assure you that I support effort to render city approval process efficient. However, I do not believe that municipal processes are a significant cause of our housing problems. Construction of vast numbers of homes is now possible without further approvals. Other factors, such as difficulty in arranging financing, are probably of greater importance. On the subject of delegation, I wish to register 3 points with you. I oppose the elimination of public hearings. I oppose the delegation of authority for performance standards, and I question whether defining minor is wise. I find it strange that minor variances will continue to be considered by the Committee of Adjustment, but it is now proposed that rezoning, that is specific alteration of the zoning bylaw, be now delegated to staff. This means that if a property owner wishes to extend his house by a couple of centimeters, encroaching into a required side yard, the application is circulated and publicized, and the applicant must appear before a public tribunal to argue for a minor variance. By contrast, an application for rezoning, surely a more serious matter, would be treated more lightly, with a quick decision rendered without a public hearing. Only if the local councillor can be persuaded to lift the delegation of authority will a public hearing be conducted. This would be a meeting of this or its sister committee, the procedure which applies up till now. In this proposal, the delegation of authority is to apply to performance regulations such as height, floor space index, density, or yards. But in other Ontario municipalities, the process changes are not comparable. Are the other municipalities so richly endowed that they are not looking for federal or provincial federal support? According to the staff report, Ottawa would be an outlier if it proceeded. It is only in Ottawa that performance standards are to be delegated. I recommend that members of the committee ask, what makes Ottawa unique? Why should the provisions of the planning fees bylaw dictate what is appropriate for delegation when other cities have much shorter lists of topics on which delegation is appropriate? Finally, it puzzles me that simple rules are proposed to define minor. This term has long been debated, but has never been so concretely defined. Perhaps I've not understood, but it looks as though spot rezoning for a 25% increase in height is widely available for a price of $16,344.78. There are restrictions in the new neighborhood zones, but somehow the 25% calculation seems to be offered as definition of what is minor and acceptable. Will city officials be empowered to refuse a 25% variation from zoning? My understanding is that the definition of minor has deliberately remained vague in both legislation and in instructions to bodies such as the Committee of Adjustment. I request that this committee consider carefully the ramifications of instituting a definition. That is, defining minor might affect decision-making, whether delegated or not. If this committee accepts a narrow definition and narrow interpretation of minor, will it limit your ability to make decisions in the future? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob. I'm just taking a look to see if there are any questions from other members, and I don't see any. Sorry, I have questions, however. Robert, I have questions. So my first question, is it possible that when you're asserting that the definition of minor is not clear, that you're thinking of minor variances? Because a minor, when we ask the question, what is a minor variance? The answer is it's a unicorn. We don't know what minor is. We know it when we see it. Minor rezonings, however, are a different matter. This still won't give us a definition of a minor variance.
I believe that the distinction is that you have a different fee for minor and major rezonings. And you have taken that definition and you have applied it here in this case. But I wonder how, if an application comes forward. And if I were a property owner, it's certainly in my interest to first try to run something through the committee of adjustment. The cost is a fifth, right? To run it through the committee of adjustment rather than seeking a rezoning. I mean, at a certain point in the committee of adjustment, we have to have a statement, no, this isn't minor. This must go to rezoning. Yeah. Well, now that you have established, taken a fee schedule, and you have now said, okay, that's how you define minor, then I mean, I don't quite know. I don't quite know how you're, I mean, presumably if I ask for more than a 25%, if I ask for 26% variation, then it becomes a major rezoning. If it's 24%, it's now a minor rezoning. I mean, that kind of specificity is not the, how could I put it, the conceptual framework in which the Committee of Adjustment, for example, has operated since the beginning of time. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay.
And I think that the members of the committee might be faced with something where it's a 24% variation. I don't know what it is. It's an industrial plant. It could be anything. And you might say, no, we should turn that down. And I can hear the lawyers saying, oh, it was less than 25%. You really don't have authority to say no.
Okay, I'll have comments on that one. My second question is, we have received $178 million in funding from the federal government to build affordable housing. And one of the commitments that we've made to them is to streamline our processes. We're talking about meters of performance standards that we are looking at delegating while still retaining political control over whether or not that delegation is exercised. What do you think the feds are going to think if they catch up on this meeting and we refuse this delegation recommendation?
If that question is directed to me,
It is.
then I presume that you now have a response to the question which I raised, which is all these other parts of our province, like Barrie and Hamilton and Toronto, where they don't, as I understand from reading the staff report, where they do not include these performance regulations in their list of things for delegation. And here I'm happy to stand to be corrected, but that's the way I read the report. That's what I understand, that in Barrie, yes, you can remove your H designation. So you've made a change to the temporary zoning. Yes, that's a step forward in making the process slicker. That's something we should and could and ought to do here in Ottawa, and it would respond to the our senior donors' demands. But the question is whether this neat little system about the performance standards, whether the performance standards should be included if other recipients of provincial and federal funding are not doing the same.
I'll have comments on that as well. Wonderful. Thank you, Robert. Those were the questions for the delegations. We can now take questions for staff. I'm just going to exercise my quick prerogative by asking Mr. Mark to make comment on whether or not what is being proposed by staff is in fact legal.
Mr. Chair, I was given the chance, of course, to review this in advance. And in my opinion, it is legal. There are two bases for this. First of all, council is approving the process. And so there is a council approval of the process that is before you. Secondly, although there will not be a report to council, the bylaw is still being enacted by council at the end of the process. So this is not this delegation of the review process. It is not a delegation of the enactment authority. So I don't know that that provision in the Municipal Act even applies. So in my opinion, what is proposed is within the jurisdiction of the Municipal Act and Section 39.2 of the Planning Act.
Thank you, Mr. Mark. Councilor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks to the the great delegations that we had and putting a point on this. I wanted to pick up on Mr. Brocklebank's questions around what is required to receive that federal funding, and are we going above and beyond comparator municipalities on the performance regulations? That's a key piece to this. So of the 7 different areas that are being recommended to be changed, I understand most of those are in line with the comparator municipalities that you surveyed. The one that is out of step with those comparator municipalities is portions of the performance regulations piece. Is that accurate?
Thank you, Chair. That's correct.
Okay. And those comparator municipalities, presumably some of them are changing their regulations to also receive that housing accelerator fund money. Are you aware of whether or not their changes would then be able to receive that funding, or is that specific to Ottawa?
So Vice Chair, I can't speak to other municipalities' housing accelerator fund contribution agreements. Each agreement is different and unique to municipality. Some municipalities may choose to have a streamlining process as part of the action plan. Some may not. So cannot speak to, of those municipalities that surveyed, which one of them had an action initiative that was similar to Ottawa's that looked at streamlining processes tied to the housing accelerator fund.
Okay, that's helpful. The one milestone that we're missing right now for receiving that funding is the 3rd milestone. It's the delegated authority to staff for minor zoning bylaw amendments, which with the completion date of November 20th, 2024. Now that seems to be a pretty wide breadth. Is it your opinion that if performance regulations are not in there, parts of them are not in there, that the other changes we're making would not meet that definition that's in the agreement with the City of Ottawa? Because as I read the report, we're not in line with those other comparative municipalities on the performance regulations piece. That may be going a step beyond. It seems to me we likely would still receive that funding from the federal government with enacting these other bylaw amendments. But we've gone above and beyond on that performance regulation pieces. Is that in line with your thinking?
So Vice Chair, the achievement of our initiative is also tied to the number of permits as a result of the initiative. So, at a very high level, should committee alter what's before them in terms of what's eligible for minor rezoning, and so that it would go to a regular zoning process or minor variance, those permits as a result of the rules processes will not count towards a permit or permit target above and beyond of what we would normally achieve through the Housing Accelerator Fund.
And those permits or permit targets, they're achieved whether through staff delegated authority or through committee approval of these minor amendments, presumably. So I guess the point and the concern is I agree with a lot of these 7 items. The one that'll hit councillors hard, I think, suburban and urban areas, is the performance threshold regulations. Those ones are where we're going to have a lot more. We're changing the timeline from 28 to 14 days regardless in this report, but that's where we're going to have to be on the ball, and whether or not there's public delegations at planning committee to come back. And that's the one area where my concern lies. The rest of them I support, I get it. I think this other one, there's a lot more onerous actions onto councillors, where we already have given over a lot of authority in these areas, and less potential public feedback. So that's where my concern is right now. And I really, it'd be nice to hear from other staff of what is actually required of those 7 to receive that federal funding. And do we have confirmation? And if we change some of this performance regulation based on councillor authority here, are all of a sudden they're not going to give those funds over to Ottawa? I think they still would, based on all the other changes and amendments we're making, which are good amendments to the work you've done. So I appreciate a lot of the work you've done. That one first piece is where I have outstanding concerns, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Lowe.
Thanks very much, Chair. I have 2 questions about this whole, everything does make sense to me, but I do have 2 questions. The first one is sort of downstream future. So let's say this goes through, let's say there's an application for minor rezoning. It goes through delegated authority and gets approved. Does that then sort of get noted as the one time that lot can go through that process, or can a developer or whatever then in the future apply for another minor rezoning, and then another and another, all through delegated authority, and then eventually, getting us to a place where it way exceeds the original zoning's intent. If that makes sense.
Thank you, Vice Chair. In theory, there's nothing stopping an applicant from coming back and doing repeated applications on the same site. However, the city policies that apply to that site would still be the same. So the official plan would still apply. The secondary plan, if applicable, would apply. The existing context of the surrounding site would still be used as a comparator by our development review staff, as well as the plan context. So in theory, they could. I'm not sure how much more they'd be able to add that way, though.
Okay. The second question is then I remember there was a chart that sort of showed what happens if concurrence is given, what happens if concurrence is not. Did you mention, and maybe I misheard or I didn't hear at all, did you mention that there was if the councillor does not provide concurrence, that it would then trigger the regular committee process? And so I know perhaps you're not expecting too many times where councillors will not concur, but if that does happen, will it ultimately slow down the application overall? Like, will it actually make it slower than if it were to go through the current process?
Thank you, Vice Chair. The answer is no. We're still reducing the timeline for circulation and public comment by 2 weeks. It's hard to know exactly how it would work. It would depend on how quickly within that 7-day window the council responds withdrawing delegated authority. But even if with delegated authority were withdrawn, it would still be a slightly shorter process.
That's probably the little bit I missed then. It's the shortening of the public comment. Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes, thank you. Staff would receive oversight authority in this case, delegated authority in this case. Where in the process, as staff are looking at these applications, would they consider impacts on traffic and infrastructure? And I'll just provide some context to this in that, big or small developments, depending on where it's located on a street or in a community, can have ripple effects, whether it's parking or traffic circulation, infrastructure, sewer, things like that. So how would we know that staff would be taking that into consideration, even at the early stages of the zoning process?
So Chair, that would be part of the circulation, the 14-day circulation, to also internal departments and external stakeholders to provide that feedback. So for example, infrastructure planning may have concerns on capacity within a certain area, even within a minor zoning framework, and they would notify the file lead whether this application could pose a risk in that regard.
And I know staff are doing that already. They've consistently been doing that. I just want to make sure that, if we are to delegate authority to staff, that they're also taking that into consideration. That is something that, as councillors, we hear quite a lot of, is what is that impact on the surrounding adjacent community, and how will that be accommodated with even the most minor of addition of housing or density. So I'm happy to hear that. I am pleased to hear about the fact that councillors can retain authority over these decisions if they so desire. I think that that's a good off ramp that we can kind of keep an eye on. And I do ask, I know this sounds ridiculous. We are incredibly busy, as are our communities. And I understand that the timelines for feedback and comments will be shortened. At least in the beginning, you'll be harassing us and making sure that the community is well aware of these opportunities to provide comment, right? We don't want to miss any opportunity to speak on behalf of our residents.
Thank you, Chair. The process would be similar to current rezoning applications. It would be shorter, but the notification to the community would be, in terms of the means taken by staff to let them know that there's a rezoning happening, would be similar in terms of signs, letting the community association know, those kinds of things. So there would be, I understand the concern that, there will be more workload and these things will happen faster, but there will still be similar efforts made to reach the community about sites subject to a minor rezoning.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Vice Chair Gower.
Thanks, Chair. Can staff just clarify for us some of the differences between minor zoning, minor variance, the role of committee of adjustment? I think there's maybe a bit of ambiguity around that, and how this would change any of those responsibilities or definitions.
Thank you, Chair. These are parallel processes. Committee of Adjustment is a third-party body that hears applications under its own authority. Minor rezoning process is in fact, it's an existing process that the city has had in place for a long time. So it's hard to know how one would affect the other, considering it's the motivations of the applicant for why they would elect to go to Committee of Adjustment rather than through planning services for a minor rezoning. But they are separate processes, and the amendment to what's considered minor for planning services does not affect what's considered minor by the Committee of Adjustment.
Okay, thank you. A question came up earlier about group homes. Aren't group homes already permitted in most residential zones?
Sorry, Chair, I don't have the answer off the top of my head. I could look into that and get back to you, Councillor, on that one.
And what about the new zoning bylaw that's being worked on? Would it have any changes in group home permissions?
Again, Chair, I have to look into see how group homes specifically treated between draft and existing bylaw.
In 6 years, I can't think of any group home issue or report that's come in front of this committee, and we certainly have a lot in every ward. So anyways, seems like a pretty rare occurrence that comes to committee. But I think to me, the biggest thing this changes is eliminating the public meeting part. And I know when the province changed the rules around site plan and the ability for councillors to bring that in front of committee and council, that was a big concern. And I think we should always be cautious when we are making rules or changing rules that change the public's opportunity to have the public hearing. It's a pretty unique and important thing at the municipal level. But on balance, I think the nature of what is being recommended, these issues come in front of our committee and they're usually carried on consent, or we may have one or two speakers. But more importantly, there is a mechanism for councillors to bring that to committee. So it's very different than the changes to site plan. So I'm going to support the staff recommendations. I think they're reasonable and in the bigger context of what we're trying to do around working more efficiently and making sure that we're focused on the most important issues and significant issues when they come in front of committee. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a question, more a comment. I wasn't going to say anything, but Councillor Dudas's question nudged me. So I do appreciate your answer that staff would be looking at things such as traffic impacts and then flagging any issues. I will just say that in my experience, that is typically not the case, and it does fall on the ward councillor to bring that holistic perspective to the table. I find applications are often evaluated more as a one-off and that the TIAs don't speak to each other. So I just hope that you take that to the bank in terms of the work undertaken by staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. I know that wasn't the question, but I believe Mr. Royce has just quick something he'd like to add.
Sorry, Chair, due to the magic of technology, I've received a response to Councillor Gower's earlier question on group homes permissions. Group homes are currently permitted wherever residential uses are permitted.
Thanks, Royce. Councillor Tierney.
Great. And following up on Councillor Gower's questions, I'll be having an inquiry at the end of the meeting. I've spoken with Tim Mark, dealing with a pretty serious situation that I'll describe further in my inquiry. But I think one of the questions around group homes is there's tax exemptions for group homes. Is that correct?
Sorry, Chair, I don't have the response to that question.
Yeah. Oh, maybe I'll just put that in the inquiry then, because I've learned far too much about group homes and zoning and gray areas than I've ever wanted to know. And I need to know what the mechanism for an appeal body is. It's one thing if it's a group home for children that are really in need. It's another thing if we're treating them as incarceration centers for people that are in pretrial or have been convicted. And that seems to be where the gray area lies. So I've spoken to Mr. Mark. I'll put the inquiry in, and I think we need to know those. Those are two very different situations. And I think we really need to know so the community can be made aware of what that gray area of group home is. But thank you for the presentation and time today.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. The chair recognizes the representative of beautiful River Ward.
Thank you, Chair. That's, I just wanted to echo, similar to Councillor Gower's comments, what solidified my support for the staff recommendation when I read the report was and the local councillor's ability to pull the authority and have it come through. As you said, Chair, many times there are files before us that pass unanimously and we sort of whisper, why is this here? It's a very, very minor in the grand scheme of things. And I think we all want to speed those types of applications up. When staff refer to public meeting, they mean this committee meeting. You don't mean a session in a particular community, correct?
Thank you, Chair. There would be, to clarify the question, sorry, we are referring to the committee meeting would not be required if concurrence is granted, but there would also not be a requirement for another public meeting. It could be something that could be, I think,
That's right.
organized.
My understanding is staff were no longer attending community meetings planned by the local councillor. And that when staff talk about the statutory requirement for a public meeting, they actually mean a hearing before this committee. If the local councillor does not reply within the 14-day period and there's an automatic default to have a one-on-one meeting to talk it out, and you don't hear back from the councillor for whatever reason, some councillors might want to, stretch this out and they're getting heat from their community. When do you then say, well, we can't even reach an opportunity to meet with the councillor, we're automatically going to bring it to committee? Is there an opportunity or a point where it will just automatically come before us?
Thank you, Chair. Currently, there's no mechanism to bring forward a minor rezoning without councillor concurrence.
Okay, but I just want to clarify, if the local councillor has not provided comment on the application and you've reached out and the local councillor is not responding to requests for a one-on-one meeting and you're under time pressure and, the applicant has a right to have their file decided upon, when do you say, you know what, we just can't get the local councillor on board here. We need a decision. This is automatically going to go to committee for a decision. Is there a process that follows?
So Chair, we don't have that process specifically identified in the bylaw as proposed. However, operationally, staff could move to have that item added to the agenda with notification to the ward councillor. And then the ward councillor would be notified that that item will be proceeding to the next agenda of the standing committee.
Yeah, it's only going to happen once where a councillor is publicly identified as, well, we tried to reach out and here we are before the committee and we're all going to say, why are you wasting our time? Because this is an easy one here and you've just held it up because your community's not on board. So I'm just saying again, to save time, if after three opportunities to sit down with the local councillor one-on-one, there's no response, it's just automatically comes to committee. So we don't have to arm wrestle over that today, but we've seen it in the past, maybe not in recent years, where some of our past colleagues with site plans have held it up. We've all thought it didn't belong before us because it was so minor. But anyway, I just raised that now, but I do support the recommendations before us. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Menard?
Sorry, Chair, for getting back on. Just,
of course.
I wanted to get some specifics about the first item and the height changes in certain areas. So let's say we're in a suburban area, it's a low-rise area. What could be applied for and approved by staff without coming to committee that wasn't previously allowed to happen? Is it up to 3 stories, or is it? And then I think there's a different one depending on the zoning area. So could you just describe that for us? What the height changes are that you could approve without coming to committee?
Thank you, Chair. The formula, so if it's outside of the end zone or the evolving overlay, the formula that would apply would be up to 5 stories or 25% of the permitted building height, whichever is the lesser, rounded down to the nearest half meter. So it's a bit of a mouthful, and with the chart, it's a little easier to see, but it really depends on the permitted height in the zone. And it also depends on what proposal is before development review staff. So just because somebody asks for a height increase that meets the threshold for minor rezoning, it's not necessarily the case that planning services will approve what they ask for. It depends on the proposal before them and turns on the context of the surroundings as well. So I do apologize. It's a little hard to give a specific answer to that question because it is contextual.
If there's an area, low rise, up to 4 stories, the official plan is permitting, let's say it's on a corridor up to 9. And someone comes in for an application, there's no overlay secondary plan. What then could you say from that 4 could go up to from that point of zoning of 4 stories? What could it theoretically be increased by?
Thank you, Chair. Assuming that 4 stories was a permitted height of about 12 meters, they would be limited by the 25% maximum. So that'd be another 3 meters and 1 more story. 1 more story. That would be what they could apply for.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gab.
I meant to say this earlier and I forgot, but going just beyond this report in front of us, well, I guess, thank you for bringing this forward. I think there are a lot of other areas that we could delegate some decisions to staff as they relate to affordable housing applications. And if staff have any recommendations or ideas that they need committee or council support to bring forward, I bet a lot of us around the table would be very open to that as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I don't see any other members before I ask a question and wrap up. So I do want to ask about Ms. Parrott's point on Hintonburg, which is R4U C for the most part, I think, or B, where she is concerned that the increase in height from the current 11 meters could go 1 more story, so 3 to 4 stories as a delegated matter. Is she right about that?
Chair, that is correct within the evolving overlay.
And it is all evolving overlay. So if we pass this report, and I will be supporting it. I had motions prepared. We were talking about bringing some motions. I may yet for council, but it was becoming very difficult to try to craft the right motion to stop precisely that. So I may just wrap up with the note to the planning consultants and to staff. Don't come mid-block in Hintonburg, where the height limit is currently 3, and ask for 4 and assume that that'll be a minor rezoning that's delegated. I will not be concurring with the exercise of delegated authority for any of those. You're in for a full committee vote on those. Just in terms of wrap up, I think it was last planning committee meeting that we had 1950 Scott that went up by a couple of meters because they increased the height of their mezzanine. Forgive me if I mess up the details on that. 335 Roosevelt today, we stacked a couple of stories on top of some 12-story buildings. It required an official plan amendment because the zoning was so shrink wrapped. But again, I didn't see any hesitation on the part of anyone here. I think, I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember 1906 or another. We're adding 2 meters here, 4 meters there constantly. And we are constantly asking, why is this in front of us and not in front of the Committee of Adjustment? And it is not a good use of our time. For most of these applications, 335 Roosevelt, I was probably the only counselor who would have read that report in depth and really grappled with it. And there are applications that come through where I have to rely on my staff to raise red flags or the counselor to raise red flags. Delegating the authority over these is a good way to streamline the work that we're doing. And I will come back to the point that I made to Mr. Brocklebank. We need to send a message to the federal government that we are doing what we can to streamline our processes in return for $178 million. This year, I think our target is what, 15,100 homes under the half?
the number escapes me, Chair. I believe it's less because it ramps up from a 2022 to the 2031 period. So
What's the ballpark?
close to 15,000.
Yeah, close to 15,000. Thus far through September, CMHC is 6,600 completions. We're less than half the completions that we need. We have a fourth tranche of funding that is not secure. We are going to, if we miss our housing targets, we are going to have to tell a very good story to the minister to get that fourth tranche. We're going to have to demonstrate that we did everything we could to create permissive zonings and in order to streamline our processes. This is the lowest hanging fruit as staff have proposed it. There are a few concerns around performance standards where we're continuing to give the counselor the hammer, right? I've just told the consultants and staff, don't come with 3 to 4s in Hintonburg and in the other R4s in my neighborhood and expect it's going to be delegated. I will lift delegation each time. And that's about as much hammer as I need. So I urge you to support this and to make that demonstration to our funders and partners that we are doing everything we can to streamline our processes, which is all the more important because the builders aren't building the homes they need to build in order to help us reach our targets. I don't see any other comments or questions. Is this item carried? Thank you. Right, moving on. The Lincoln Fields secondary plan. While staff are getting ready, I think I will ask for a couple of motions to come forward now. The first is a technical motion, which Vice Chair Gower will be making with respect to Starflower Lane.
Yes, Starflower Lane. Whereas Schedule C16 of the official plan, road classification and rights of way protection already protects right of way for urban laneways, which gives the city the option to receive additional right of way as necessary as part of abutting development applications. And whereas a future development application is a more appropriate opportunity for the city to consider any additional right of way requirements for Starflower Lane than the Lincoln Field secondary plan. Therefore, be it resolved that policy 3.35 in the Lincoln Field secondary plan be removed in its entirety and policies are renumbered accordingly.
Thank you, Vice Chair. There is also a motion. Did you want to make that now, Councillor? Or sorry, I've got one from Councillor Kavanaugh. It's with respect to non-residential uses.
Whereas the official plan states the city may require through the zoning bylaw or development applications to amend zoning bylaw, commercial and service uses on the ground floor of otherwise residential, office and institutional buildings with a strong emphasis on uses needed to contribute to the 15-minute neighborhood. And whereas requiring non-residential use for buildings contributes to a vibrant and human scale space. Therefore, be it resolved that section 2.2 hub designation policy 4 be amended to include the following underlined changes. Buildings within the hub designation that front onto Richmond Road or Carling Avenue shall contain a minimum of 1 non-residential use at grade facing the street.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanaugh. And then Vice Chair Gower, did you want to put forward that motion? I think it's on podium heights.
Thank you, Chair. Whereas the Lincoln Fields secondary plan proposes a maximum podium height of 2 to 4 stories along Richmond Road, and whereas there may be site-specific circumstances where a slightly taller podium may be appropriate, and whereas policy 5.2.32C1 states that the podiums of high-rise buildings shall be proportionate to the width of the abutting right-of-way. Therefore, be it resolved that policy 2.38 in the Lincoln Field secondary plan will be revised as follows. The base of a building that fronts onto Richmond Road will generally be between 2 and 4 stories.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. One of the one of the delegations from one of the landowners, you're going to hear about Starflower Lane. So that motion is intended to capture that, as well as Podium Heights. You're going to hear from one of the landowners their discomfort around some of the language in the proposal. And then I think you'll hear residents and Councillor Kavanaugh speak to the non-residential use piece. And then at one point, Councillor Kavanaugh is going to ask staff to take direction on something. So let's go into the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce the presentation team to committee. To my left, Peter Giles, the Senior Planner in Community Planning, Jocelyn Cadio is a Planner in Community Planning and the File Lead for the Secondary Plan, and Cal Hakala, he's a Program Manager in Transportation Planning, providing amazing support on transportation planning for the Secondary Plan. So I'll turn it over to Jocelyn to take us through the presentation.
Good morning or good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of committee. As Royce mentioned, my name is Jocelyn Cadio, and I'm here this morning to talk to you about the planning merits for the Lincoln Field Secondary Plan. Next slide, please. So in today's presentation, I'll go over at a high level about the Lincoln Field Secondary Plan, that get into the guiding principles that inform the policy direction, followed by a description of Richmond Road and Carling Avenue as Main Street corridors. And then for the bulk of the presentation, get into some of the notable site-specific opportunities, including the redevelopment of the former Lincoln Field Shopping Center, the Kichizibi-Mikan Parkway and Carling Avenue intersection, then future development areas on the NCC's land, and then mid and high-rise permissions on Edgeworth Avenue in the Wood Park neighborhood. Next slide, please. The Lincoln Field Secondary Plan is centered around the existing Lincoln Fields Transitway Station and the future O-Train Station. The future O-Train Station will be a transfer station where lines 1 and 3 of the O-Train will eventually diverge, with line 1 continuing all the way to Algonquin and line 3 all the way to Moody. The Lincoln Fields O-Train Station will also be an important transit hub for local bus routes, as well as future rapid transit and transit priority along Carling Avenue. The Lincoln Field Secondary Plan has undergone a comprehensive multi-year planning study, which has resulted in the policy document that you're seeing before you today that will guide growth and investments primarily through the review of development applications and further implemented through city-initiated master plans, zoning studies, and capital projects. The secondary plan applies updated direction over and above existing official plan policies. And because the proposed policies are backed by extensive rationale and analysis, staff are of the opinion that it will reduce the number of site-specific official plan amendments over the long term. Next slide, please. Derived from the 5 big moves of the official plan, the Lincoln Field Secondary Plan is grounded in the following 7 guiding principles that will ensure growth, transformation, and change occur in accordance with good land use planning. And these are complete communities, healthy and inclusive neighborhoods, safe and sustainable mobility and connectivity, building height transition, strengthen climate and health resilience, designed for engaging in safe public realm, and new parks. Next slide, please. I'll now go over the 3 schedules brought forward by the secondary plan. And so this first one on your screen here, this is a Schedule A, which is the designation plan, and includes the hub designation, which is located south of Richmond and north of Carling, and then both Richmond Road and Carling Avenue as Main Street corridors, with portions and segments of the Queensway Terrace North, Lincoln Heights, and Wood Park neighborhoods. Next slide, please. Here we have a Schedule B, which is the height schedule, and the plan assigns a height category to every parcel from the following height categories. So we have 1 low-rise category of up to 4 stories, 2 different mid-rise categories of up to 7 and 1 up to 9 stories, and then 3 separate high-rise categories of 1 up to 18, 1 up to 30, and then 1 up to 40 stories. Next slide, please. And now we have the Schedule C, which is the mobility and connectivity schedule, which highlights and shows the city's desired mobility network. And this schedule includes, identifies pathways and active transportation facilities to be built by development proponents upon redevelopment, a mix of planned and funded city projects, and then the National Capital Commission's network of multi-use pathways, both inside and outside of the plan area. Next slide, please. Richmond Road and Carling Avenue are the 2 Main Street corridors within the plan area, and it is important that they evolve into vibrant urban environments with dense housing, retail, and amenity spaces. Both of these road segments are arterials, and since Carling Avenue will be the primary access point for Lincoln Field Station for pedestrians, it is key that they are safe and comfortable for all road users, particularly for people who walk and cycle. They are planned to be lined with active entrances and frontages with a mix of uses and ensuring that surface parking is located away from the public realm, so ideally behind the building. Building heights are determined by the approximate application of the 45-degree angular plane measured from the nearest neighborhood designated low-rise area. This results generally in heights of around 30 to 40 stories along Richmond Road because of the deep lots and the distance from the nearest neighborhood line, and a varying degree of heights along Carling Avenue because of the varied lot fabric and a much closer proximity to the neighborhoods. And so on Carling, we see heights of generally up to 4, 7, 9, 18, 30, and 40 stories. So we see the whole breadth of the height categories. Next slide, please. Something that I'm very excited to share with you this morning is the proposed redevelopment of the Lincoln Fields Shopping Center, or the former shopping center. Here we have a 6.5 hectare site located approximately within a 350-meter walking distance from Lincoln Field Station. And it provides for a unique grayfield redevelopment opportunity in the area. And so the secondary plan considers approximately, is planning for up to 3,100 units in 11 buildings. Before committee today is also to approve a zoning bylaw amendment, which seeks to require active entrances and podiums, introduce parking maximums, prohibit drive-throughs and automobile-oriented uses, allow for buildings, for a range of building heights between 20 and 40 stories, and the potential for one building of up to 45 stories. The secondary plan policies also secure a new north-south public street connecting Richmond Road and Carling Avenue with which will function as a collector and will have a 24-meter right-of-way, which means we can have one vehicular lane of traffic in each direction, have physically separated cycling and pedestrian facilities, and street trees. And I think most exciting of all is the anticipated parkland. And given the current parkland dedication rate, staff are anticipating approximately 1 hectare of parkland to be located in an essential part of the district. Next slide, please. I'll now direct you to the Kitchissippi-Mikan and Carling Avenue intersection. The Kitchissippi-Mikan is the parkway owned and operated by the National Capital Commission that runs in the center of the plan area. And its most prominent feature, as you can see on your screen, are its ramps. And these are located right smack in the middle and immediately abut Lincoln Field Station and actually separate the station from the former shopping center and the planned mixed-use district. The existing ramps are located on both the north and south side of Carling Avenue with right in, right out access that interrupts the sidewalks. And I'll remind committee that Carling Avenue will be the primary access point to Lincoln Field Station for pedestrians, and these two yield points are an encumbrance for pedestrians. In consultation with the surrounding communities, departments internal to the city, and most importantly, the National Capital Commission, the Lincoln Field Secondary Plan sets the stage for the future replacement and reconfiguration of this intersection from a land-intensive interchange to a signalized intersection, so a new set of lights. As part of the secondary plan, staff have retained a transportation consultant and an engineering firm to conduct a traffic analysis to demonstrate the initial feasibility of this proposal and ensure that any designs are in alignment with the city's multimodal level of service guidelines. If ever the road and intersection are reconstructed, there would be an opportunity for the improvement of AT facilities along Carling, particularly sidewalks. Another opportunity is that once the ramps are removed, should they be removed, the land would then be available for the NCC for some high-rise mixed-use development, which I'll speak to in a couple of moments. At this time, there are no planned or funded capital projects or road reconstructions, and this proposal is only conceptual. Any implementation will need to be part of a future project, require additional studies and continued discussions with the NCC. Next slide, please. So this proposal seeks to remove both ramps on both sides of Carling and consolidating access to the north, entirely removing the segments of the parkway south of Carling. And for additional context, the Transitway currently runs parallel to the parkway and continues south all the way to the 417. And once the western expansion of the O train is complete, the entire Transitway will be removed as part of the scope of work for the Stage 2 project. So this means that there's an opportunity to remove all roadway infrastructure south of Carling Avenue. The Lincoln Field Secondary Plan demonstrates that this reconfiguration is conceptually feasible from a transportation perspective and desirable from a planning perspective. Next slide, please. And now the Lincoln Field Secondary Plan identifies 4 potential development areas on the NCC's land planned for high-density mixed-use development immediately surrounding the O train station. 2 of these sites, as identified by the numbers 1 and 2 on the screen, are currently occupied by the parkway ramps. And so evidently development cannot occur until the ramps are successfully removed. It should also be noted that there are very large infrastructure services under these ramps, and that any development would need to consider the water and wastewater infrastructure. There are two development areas, one of which is on south of Richmond Road, identified by the number 3 on your screen. And then one immediately east to the station, identified by the number 4. The development area east of the station was identified in a city report back in 2019 as a candidate site for affordable housing on public land in proximity to rapid transit. The NCC at this time currently has no development applications or any concepts for us to review, and are only interested in seeking land use permissions through the secondary plan. Next slide, please. And immediately to the east of Lincoln Field Station is Edgeworth Avenue within the Wood Park neighborhood. And I will direct you specifically to the 11 lots on the west side of the street, south of Lawn Avenue, framed in with this red box on your screen. These properties are 56 meters deep, which is quite unique for a residential property, and rear onto the NCC's Pinecrest Creek green space, as well as the future development area east of the station. They're located within a 200 to 300 meter walking distance from Lincoln Field Station and an 800 meter walking distance from New Orchard Station, as well as the rapid transit potentially planned at Carling and Woodruff. They're located between Carling Avenue and Richmond Road, which are lined with non-residential amenities, and within a walking distance to the existing grocery store on the former shopping center site and the eventual mixed-use district. Edgeworth Avenue, I will note, does not currently have a sidewalk or proper stormwater management facilities. However, a new sidewalk is identified as part of the update to the transportation master plan, and stormwater management facilities will be built as part of a local servicing requirements for new development. Next slide, please. For these reasons, the Lincoln Field Secondary Plan proposes permissions to allow for mid-rise and high-rise buildings along Edgeworth Avenue. Heights are assigned per the city's urban design guidelines for high-rise buildings and apply multiple transition tools, including the approximate application of the 45-degree angular plane, progressive lowering of heights from Carling Avenue to Lawn Avenue, and ensuring a 20-meter separation for the tower portion of a building to the abutting low-rise properties immediately to the east. Any development will need to meet many site and building design requirements, including studies required by the city's development review process, such as design briefs, shadow studies, landscape plans, transportation impact assessments, et cetera. All these site-specific measures to mitigate impacts brought on by density to the surrounding neighborhood. The secondary plan also formalizes a requirement for a minimum lot area of 1,800 square meters. And given the existing lot sizes, multiple lots will need to be assembled for this development, for any of these developments to be occurred. Which would allow for a maximum of up to 3 high-rise buildings and 2 mid-rise buildings, as highlighted in the red on the massing concept on your screen. The 3 potential high-rise buildings will need to be separated by a minimum of 23 meters and have a minimum difference of 4 stories between abutting towers to ensure the progressive lowering of heights. They will also require a low-rise podium that relates to the surrounding neighborhood, as well as a new mid-block connection to the NCC's pathways that will further shorten the walking distance to Lincoln Field Station. Next slide, please. To summarize, the guiding principles and planning permissions seek to create a dense, walkable, and livable area with the key day-to-day amenities that make for a healthy neighborhood. We are planning for commercially vibrant and dense Main Street corridors, and we're all very excited about the conceptual master plan for 2525 Carling. And there's plenty of transformative opportunities in the Pinecrest Creek Valley. And of course, focusing on directing heights and densities around Lincoln Field Station. And it is for all these reasons that staff recommend the approval of the Lincoln Field Secondary Plan. And with that, thank you very much, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much. It's a big one. Okay, so we'll have an opportunity to hear from public delegations before coming back to staff. The first public delegation. Oh, and I should just give a heads up for those who are landowners. In this case, you're not applicants, so I'm just having the order mix up. But if a motion comes forward that you need to respond to, I will give you the opportunity to do so. So the first public delegation is Alan Crawford. Good afternoon, Mr. Crawford. Welcome to Planning and Housing.
Thank you.
We'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee, after which members may choose to ask you questions.
Okay. I have made a written submission, and I'd like to thank Kelly Crozier for assisting me in her patience in getting that to you. My name is Alan Crawford. I live on Edgeworth Avenue. I've lived there for 40 years. I've lived longer in Wood Park. I've spent my entire life in Ottawa, so I know the area quite well. It's a nice area, low density, and part of what makes it so attractive is its low density. I'll keep myself short here and focus my comments on the proposed rezoning of the west side of Edgeworth Avenue, with the result of having a massive wall of apartment buildings in a low density neighborhood. The west side of Edgeworth Avenue already comprises excuse me, a mix of family homes, duplexes, triplexes. There's a low rent set of townhouses, a small set of townhouses. And it's a mix of renters and owners, much like the wider Wood Park area. There are no long stretches of townhouses, no long stretches of triplexes, as in other parts of the city. It's a hodgepodge, in other words, and that's what makes it such an attractive character in the city's neighborhood network of neighborhoods. If I may plagiarize from the secondary plan's own language, the west side of East Edgeworth Avenue is already lively, compact, walkable, transit-oriented, healthy, human scale, inclusive, safe, sustainable, connected, climate resilient, and green. And the proposed apartment blocks will detract significantly from those characteristics. Specifically, it will be less green, less climate resilient, less safe, less human scale, and less mixed. The large apartment buildings proposed with the rezoning will make Edgeworth Avenue no longer a local neighborhood street, but turn it into something akin to a semi-main street corridor. Much of what is being made, how am I for time? Okay, I better skip that. I'll just say that the proposed apartment blocks are completely out of scale with the character of Wood Park. It is one thing to contemplate those types of buildings for a defunct shopping center, but quite wrong, in my opinion, to do it for an existing, well-functioning and long-standing residential neighborhood like the west side of Edgeworth Avenue. The proposed zoning should be scrapped. I'm done.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crawford. Councillor Kavanaugh has questions for you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Crawford, for coming out today. I realize this is a big change, especially if you live on Edgeworth. You made the point about green space, and I know that's a top priority for Wood Park, even before the secondary plan. They've been talking about the need for green space. I just wanted to let you know, one of the directions to staff I have is to work with the NCC to guarantee green space in that area just south of the common garden right now, the community garden. So that's one of the they asked to ensure that we do have green space for the community, because I understand that is a concern. I don't know if you knew about that.
Do I respond?
Yeah.
Press the button. Sorry, I'm sorry. It would be even better if you eliminated that large apartment building that is going to go just east of Lincoln, the new station. That would add even more green space as well. But I'm happy to hear that. I'm not happy about the wall of apartment buildings where my house is at the moment.
I understand the importance of transition. And so I'll be asking more questions to staff about that directly so that you can hear what is being done to ensure that we have transition. But which is important. We don't want walls. We want a transition, i.e. in height, rather than a stark change. And I understand that that's a concern.
Well, I don't agree that transition is adequate. This is a complete destruction of the neighborhood, not just a transition.
I'll be asking questions on, because we do want to preserve the character of Wood Park. So I get that. But there's also a compromise to be made with the housing that needs to be close to a station. I'll be asking questions about how we can work together on that.
You can make adjustments to zoning without having large apartments.
Thank you.
They can still be low density.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. I don't see any further questions for you. Our next public delegation is Kathy Vandergrift, who I understand is the president of the Queensway Terrace North Community Association. Good afternoon, Ms. Vandergrift. Whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
I did submit a written submission as well, so I assume that all of you have that, so I'll just try to speak to highlights quickly. Queensway Terrace North is a small, vibrant community sandwiched between two of these big redevelopment projects, Lincoln Fields on the one side and the upcoming Pinecrest Queensview one, which will come to you next month. We understand the need for intensification, and we accept that. But the impacts of this plan, positive and negative, will shape the future of our neighborhood. We appreciate the plan's proposed improvements in the public realm and better coordination between the various actors. However, major concerns remain about the adequacy of the infrastructure to support the projected massive population increase at this critical juncture for the livability and mobility of this part of the city, if you think of where that's located. So to strengthen the positive impacts and reduce some of the potential negative ones, we are recommending one addition and 3 specific amendments. This plan will grant massive development permissions in the context of great uncertainty about what actually is going to happen in this area. In response to residents' concerns, city planners predict only partial fulfillment of those projections and then adjust the infrastructure in reaction to the growth. But even if only 50% of the total development permissions in the 2 plans are built, it's the equivalent of squeezing a whole village into a small area that's critical for the west end of Ottawa. The traffic study is an example of this problem. The traffic study included in this plan is of limited use because it bases its future projections only on the developments that are already approved. It gives no consideration to the predictable impacts of the massive additional development permissions granted in this plan. We're told every future project will have its own traffic study. That piecemeal approach to planning is inadequate for smart intensification that's being proposed for this area. Concerns remain about the lag time in required infrastructure improvements to accommodate the proposed population growth and the absence of any advanced planning at all for social infrastructure, which is just as important as physical infrastructure. The city master plan processes are inadequate to deal with the kind of intensification that's being proposed here. We're not opposed to the intensification. So we are suggesting that a more specific implementation strategy be added to the plan, including a mechanism for frequent, regular reviews that would include all stakeholders. These reviews would focus on the progress of redevelopment, the gaps in the required infrastructure, and better coordination between the various government and non-government agencies who can provide what is needed. That's our first recommendation. I think the secondary plan processes need to be changed if we're going to have smart intensification in the future. Our second has to do with Carling Avenue. We support the stated objective of a vibrant, human-centered Main Street, but we think the existing policies in the plan are not adequate to achieve that. For us, essential is the inclusion of non-residential uses on the ground floor of high-rise developments along Carling. Two main reasons. The population and the massive population increase proposed also on the south side for those communities, including mine. Carling is a major service area. But more importantly for you is its relation to the public transit goals. Carling is the major pedestrian access to the LRT station and for services for transit users. Making it a pedestrian-friendly street is critical and requires more than exists now. It's a little bit like you're treating Carling as the back street while you put the transit station on it. It's like the back door. That's, in our view, a major mistake. The concern that city planners raised about requiring non-residential use, the current existence of non-conforming uses, that can be addressed. So we consider inclusion of non-residential uses an essential element to ensure that Carling Avenue serves the residents and achieves the goal of being a pedestrian-friendly link to the LRT and local services. Without it, the other policies in the plan, such as glazed frontages, are window dressing. They're not adequate for safety, let alone a vibrant streetscape. And I can give you an example we're living with right now if you want. So we recommended a different policy change, but I have heard the motion before you. I'll leave it to you which policy change is made, but the important point for us is to ensure that there are public-facing, non-residential uses on the ground floor in major high-rises on Carling Avenue. The third one has to do with the lots within our neighborhood along Carling. Good planning is always a balancing act. In this case, too little attention was given to the goal of healthy neighborhoods when the lots along Carling in our neighborhood were switched from low rise to mid rise during the planning process.
Ms. Vandergrift, you are out of time. With respect to the third point, what is in 2 sentences, what is the change that
And
you
then
think
I
us to
will
make?
just name the last one. With that one, we think the 9-story buildings proposed there immediately adjacent to low rise is not fitting with the character of our neighborhood. So we recommend that Schedule B be changed to designate those lots low rise 4 to 6 stories instead of mid rise 7 to 9 stories. That would also be more consistent with what's being proposed for Pinecrest.
Very clear. Thank
And
you.
then our-
I suspect, sorry, you're out of time. But I suspect that your Councillor Kavanaugh may want to explore some of your points.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Kathy, I'll just ask you some of your other points so you can finish up.
Okay. I'll make this one quick because I think others will speak to it. We are concerned about the transition between high rise and low rise. We appreciate the use of the 45-degree angular plane principle as a good planning principle. But then we're concerned about its status because we know of previous experiences where it was then ignored in application. When we raise that question, we're then told that this principle can actually not be to our benefit. So I guess I would name for you some real concerns we have about this 45-degree principle and how that gets implemented in the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. And I will be raising that with staff about the angular plane. And that's come up a number of times, and it's actually something that the Wood Park community, I'm probably going to hear more about that. So I appreciate it. In terms of Carling, you probably heard my direction to include Carling in terms of the having more storefront as it was. And I agree with you that we need to look at Carling as an active main street as well. We have some of that even further down on Bay.
Apologies, Council, we have a fair number of speakers on this
Okay.
item and then the subsequent, rather than get into
Yeah,
discussion,
okay.
did you have a question?
So we'll be raising that. But I've got the QTN report and appreciate the time that QTN has taken on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I don't see any other questions for you, Ms. Vandergriff. Thank you for your presentation. We'll move on to Miguel Tremblay.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. We're in your hands. You have 5 minutes to make a
Thank you.
presentation.
Miguel Tremblay, I'm a partner at FOTEN Planning and Design. As you know, FOTEN is representing several landowners within the secondary plan area, including Ottawa Community Housing. But I am here specifically to speak to 2 properties. The first is 2576 Carling Avenue. It's on the south side of Carling Avenue, across from the RioCan Regional Shopping Center. And the second one is 500 to 508 Edgeworth, which is the 2 southernmost properties along Edgeworth before the property along Carling, which has been identified for a 24-story high-rise building. For both of these properties, we are supportive of the schedules and policies as proposed by staff and considered, and we just wanted to voice that. In our opinion, the direction of the secondary plan assigns building heights and densities in strategic locations along corridors and in proximity to transit station while still providing for an appropriate and effective transition. For instance, the Carling Avenue property is proposed as a 9-story building, and it has a rear yard setback, and we've modeled that out, ranging from 7.5 to 12 meters at its broadest point, which is considerably larger than what, for instance, your R5 zoning category would require for a building of that profile. With respect to the Edgeworth properties, with the exception of the NCC lands, these are the closest properties to your transit station. You heard from Jocelyn that they are 56 meters in depth, which is almost double what you would see on a traditional main street in terms of perspective. These are very deep properties on the western edge and in closest proximity to your transit station. They are very well suited for high rise and to allow the city to meet some of their growth objectives in this area. But that's not to say that they were assigned without a notion of transition. There are very specific policies in the secondary plan for those properties along Edgeworth, which would require, for instance, a low-rise podium, 4 stories in height to contribute to that human scale. There's an obligation for street fronting lobbies and side-facing residential units. There's an obligation for pedestrian access to the NCC lands and the station, and there are very prescriptive expectations for tower setbacks and step backs, including the 23-meter separation. So care has been given to these properties to make sure that there is an effective transition to the Wood Park community. And for that reason, we're supportive of these policies. I'm happy to answer any questions related to those transitions. My only request to the committee is if there are any motions that come out of your deliberations, I would welcome the opportunity to speak to it. I noticed that I still have some time, so I'll just speak to one of the motions related to retail at grade on Carling in particular. Certainly not discouraging the city from encouraging and even incentivizing retail at grade along Carling, but maybe recognizing some of its limitations. Bank Street right now is about 30% vacant through Centertown. And it benefits from on-street parking. Carling does not. So in effect, you'd be requiring properties to have surface parking to support those commercial uses, which I think your secondary plan discourages. My issue with the motion is that you're obligating it through your secondary plan, and to not provide a tenant space because for whatever reason, the lot's not well suited for it, would obligate, if I'm reading the motion correctly, an official plan amendment. You just went through an exercise to try to streamline the approval process, but now you're obligating, for instance, 2576 Carling to do a commercial tenant space. And if they don't, if I'm reading it correctly, they would be required to submit an official plan amendment. So I would caution the committee maybe to soften that language, to encourage but not obligate, or even have a sentence in there that says, if you can't, you don't have to do an official plan amendment to amend a secondary plan, because a relatively small property on Carling can accommodate the surface parking associated with a tenant space. So I'll leave my comments to that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come back to that in a moment. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yeah, thank you, Miguel. Appreciate. And the two properties, you've got one on one side of Carling, on the south side, right at the QTN community.
Yeah.
And you've heard from the community that they're concerned about the 9 stories. What are you doing in terms of for that property, in terms of making it for transition? Because that's one of the big concerns when we've got directly behind that at the moment, single family homes.
Through the chair. We have the benefit of having modeled that property at a very high level. So it's an angled property. The rear yard setback would actually range at its shallowest point from 7.5 meters on the westernmost portion of that building to a little over 12 meters separation to the closest rear property lines. Recognizing the need for transition, there's no stepping down of the building. It could be a 9-story building with a very healthy transition and some rear yard parking, maybe to accommodate a tenant space there, commercial tenant space, and then rear yard landscaping, and the access is off of not Norton, but the other street. So it's all about building placement. The policies in the secondary plan actually encourage very shallow setbacks along Carling, which is something that we've done once we've factored in the road widening. So it's all about building placement and separation.
Thank you. I guess we won't agree on the on having commercial space, because the whole point is to make it walkable. There's a station directly across, and the whole point is to discourage parking, which I'm sure you're doing in these buildings. You'll probably have less parking spots, if I'm not mistaken. Have you got a thought on that in terms of what your ratio of parking is? To say that you need parking for the commercial, but you're probably not going to provide parking spaces for the residential.
That schematic for that building has about, I think it's 5 or 8 parking spaces that we can squeeze in. The problem is you do need it for commercial uses on Carling. If you're contemplating retail, for example, there's no other opportunities. You wouldn't build below grade parking spaces to support a retail tenant space. Yes, the intent is to have that retail space walkable and accessible by the community, but from a retail perspective, they need a broader catchment area. So they would need some reasonable amount of surface parking. I'm not discouraging retail. And believe me, clients on that site, would you want to do at grade residential? Probably not. Developers would probably want to do at grade commercial. It's an easier sell, but my concern is the process that you're going through it to encourage it, because now you're obligating, again, like I just looked at the motion quickly, but you'd be obligating somebody to do an official plan amendment. What's that, $36,000 to eliminate what could be a 10 by 10 tenant space. I would suggest that you use other incentives and softer language. But if developers are given an opportunity to do at-grade commercial, they always take it. And you know, that's for the benefit of their building and the broader community. But I'm more concerned about process from what I saw from that motion.
I guess we're trying to get away from surface parking. That's the whole point of these secondary plans. But I don't think we're going to agree on that. But and the fact that this is going to be an area with, you know, probably at least 5 times more people living in the areas, like with Rio Kent property, et cetera. We're going to see a lot more people in the community. So in terms of widening the area to attract business, I think it's going to be done through intensification. So, which is why we want that blend of commercial. So I guess we won't agree on that part, but appreciate it. In terms of Edgeworth, as you can see, that was been a major problem for the community to swallow, to see two residential R1 houses and now being looked at as a 24-story building. What is the rationale there?
Well, I think as your city evolves and we have transit facilities, well-articulated transit facilities, you have to assess the properties around them, and it's not greenfield development. So I would suggest that those houses now, in light of policy direction, are the ones that are out of place. And you have an opportunity here, given the depth of the lot, the proximity, the ability to provide pedestrian access through this property, because there is a policy now that would obligate the developer to build a walkway from Edgeworth to this property and have direct pedestrian access to the station. I think the city is obligated to look at those properties differently. Fortunately, they're also located on the edge of this community. They're not mid-block, they're not centerpiece. And I've suggested to this community on numerous other properties that by allowing development on these corridors and in these strategic areas that are closest to transit on the edges of these neighborhoods, you're taking pressure away from the inside portion of these neighborhoods to accommodate some of that density.
Okay, thank you very much.
I can
again.
live with the head shaking.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. I'll bite my tongue. I don't have any questions for you. I'm sorry. I do appreciate the discussion around that. And this is being proposed as an MC, I assume, which leaves open the door for commercial grade. So yeah, I won't debate that. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Let me just double check, make sure there's no other questions. Springsteen is playing on Saturday night, and it's well known that I'm like pretty useless for about a week before the concert. That's all I can think about. Yeah. Yeah, it's just all consuming. Lisa De La Rosa is our next public delegation, who'll be followed by Paul Black and Rod Leahy, and then George Corey. Good morning, Ms. De La Rosa. On behalf of Brazil, when you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Yes, good morning through you, Chair. I'm here, Lisa De La Rosa, on behalf of FO10 Planning and Design. We have clients Brazil who are in the process of a development application for 1299 Richmond Road, which falls within the Lincoln Field secondary plan. And so we reviewed this secondary plan in concert with that application to sort of understand how it would be affected. We did do written submissions, and there was 3 things that were highlighted in that submission. The first 2 that I'm going to speak to are actually part of our subject to that motion coming forward, is a sort of a result of those items coming up. So I will go through those first. The first one is Starflower Lane. It's a city-owned laneway that runs behind streets along Richmond, that front onto Richmond Road. It right now goes through, it takes different iterations throughout the laneway. The part that's right behind 1299 literally looks like a driveway that maybe you shouldn't go through it. And we've, through our consultations on the applications for site plan and rezoning, the discussion of a widening or anything on that laneway has never come up. That being said, we do realize that it does exist in the Schedule C16 of the official plan that a widening can be taken on a laneway. So our position was, if it already exists in the official plan, why does it need to be reiterated in the secondary plan? So we requested that policy in the secondary plan be removed and reconsidered, because through the development process and the official plan, the ability to look at that laneway does exist already. The second element that is being dealt with through motions is podium heights. So the secondary plan has capped podium heights along Richmond Road at 4 stories. It's currently in addition zoned in Arterial Main Street, which doesn't actually have a cap on doesn't require a step back such as a traditional Main Street zone would. So this is also something that our plan going through has had a 5-story podium, which aligns with the official plan considerations that you should have a proportionate building wall height proportionate with the road right of way. The road right of way of Richmond Road at this point is 37.5 meters. So bringing it down to 4 stories does sort of counteract that official plan policy and brings down the density that's considered along main streets. So we're requesting that either that portion or policy be amended to reflect that the official plan has, it takes precedent, use same wording that the official plan is using from the urban design section, or provide a little bit more flexibility with a word generally or something, so that if you end up being 5 stories, you're not looking at an official plan amendment such as Miguel is saying, by having something that's very hard and fast. We go in with 5 and now we need an OPA just to get that additional density that could potentially be considered under the parent OP. And then the last thing goes to the angular plane. There are many planning frameworks that the city has that discusses angular plane. Your official plan has urban design. In the urban design section talks to angular plane and appropriate transition. You have tall building guidelines that are council approved that talks to angular plane. This secondary plan is now introducing language that says approximately aligns with the angular plane, which is not language that we see elsewhere in documentation. So it's creating another area for interpretation of what does approximately meet the angular plane. And the angular plane is one tool to deal with transition. So we just would like consideration for the languages that are being used and consistency throughout policy documents, if it's even needed to be mentioned in the secondary plan. So with that, I'm going to end my submission and I'm able to answer any questions that you guys may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And thank you for coming out, Lisa. In terms of Starflower Lane, I've gone through it and rode my bike down it. It's a bit bumpy. It's not, well, not at its best right now, but its purpose is an emergency lane, that it's very necessary for emergency vehicles. It's right behind Ottawa Community Housing that's on Regina Street. So I have some concern that is taken away. So I just wanted your comment on that, because I think that it's necessary in that respect.
It is not being taken away. The ability to widen it still exists in your official plan. Right now it's 6 meters wide. Your official plan allows lanes to be widened through the development process to 8 meters, and that still will exist. So through the process, if it's determined that you need to widen it for turning movements, beautification, whatever, the ability is still there. So it was just our position was more of a duplication in the secondary plan of a policy that already exists to be able to take widening.
I apologize, I didn't check on this myself, but was there any conversation taken with Ottawa Community Housing as the neighbor on this property?
They're aware of our application, and the city has the ability when an application were to come in to take the widening on their side, not to take the widening on their side, just to take the widening on the south side. The flexibility is already in your policies.
Okay, I'll certainly be looking into that. In terms of the podium, I have to admit, I'm not crazy about the word generally. It's a maybe. And that's not much comfort to the community. We want a Main Street feeling on Richmond Road. That is really important. The whole sell is that it's like a Westboro. It's like the good part of Wellington West, not the canyon part. And that's the part that everyone's afraid of, that section of Wellington West where there isn't podium use and it just feels like a canyon. And that's why we need the 2- and 4-story podium. Would you not agree that that's important to have a Main Street feeling?
Yeah, so there's something to be said about human scale, and that can be done in different ways, landscaping, stuff, windows, fenestration, opening of doors. I think adding that word generally provides the opportunity, because your parent official plan talks about the proportionate width of your roadway. So when roads are wider, you can have a higher podium because the road span is providing a different level of experience when you're walking down it. If it's a narrower road, yes, a shorter podium. And with the word generally, you couldn't go in there and say, I want a 7-story podium. I would argue that that's not generally. And you still have your other design guidelines and other elements to have that conversation during the actual application. These projects are going to go to UDRP because they're on a design priority street. So you'll have that conversation there as well. And if it turns out that 5 stories works, as my colleague Miguel was saying, to have to come back to get an official plan amendment is a cumbersome process. Currently, right now, let's say the secondary plan is passed currently, your zoning right now just allows us to have a higher podium. So you have a zoning, which is law, and an OP that's not going to line up. So potentially during your new zoning bylaw, you'll correct that, but arguably you're taking away densities that's currently permitted.
Yeah, I don't think we're taking away densities. I think it's just, we're talking about the podium. And we've seen that in other areas, but yeah, to your point, we're trying to ensure, because that's the point of the secondary plan, to ensure that we are creating walkable Main Street area. And we need that scale. So I guess we won't be on the same page on that, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Gower.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm going to ask staff later about the podium issue and the angular plane, but in terms of the language that's currently in the recommendations for angular plane, is it just you see that as should be eliminated entirely because the official plan already covers that, or is there alternate language that you recommend?
Well, I think that if I remember the policy correctly, it's sort of a last sentence. The first part of it talks about appropriate transition, which I think covers off such things as angular plane by going back and looking at your other documentation you have on how to do appropriate transition. So I think just the mention of the angular plane, potentially just removing that sentence is fine, but that would be my recommendation. Yeah.
Okay, we'll have a discussion with staff as we go here. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. May I just ask, so the couple of the concerns that you've raised, I just wanted to make sure I'm really explicit here. With respect to the laneway widening, the motion that's been put forward to remove that language from the secondary plan is to your satisfaction.
That's right.
And with respect to the podium height, the wording of the motion as put forward by Vice Chair Gower would satisfy your concerns if it was.
That's correct. Yes, thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. Why am I turning off the mic? Excuse me. Mr. Black and Mr. Leahy. And then after Paul and Rod make their presentation, George Corey, followed by Andrew Loshman. I'll just let the gallery and those watching online know we're just going to push through until the end of the meeting without a lunch break. A number of councillors are leaving. If you're a city councillor who's a member of this committee, could you please leave your camera on, just because we're going to start bumping up against quorum at some point. Gentlemen, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of committee. My name is Paul Black. I'm a principal at FO10 Planning Design here with Rod Leahy from RLA Architecture. Online, we have Thais Oso and Melissa Brucesi from RioCan as well. And we are here representing RioCan this morning. We want to just thank staff Jocelyn and Peter for their efforts over the past few years as we worked through this secondary plan. It's been a long time coming, as Councillor noted in her comments in the report. We're very happy to have been able to work with staff, and we're very happy with the plan that's put forward for the 25-25 Carling piece. It's an important project, obviously, for this secondary plan area. It's kind of the main redevelopment site in proximity to transit. And we think the concept plan achieves a lot of the city's objectives. And so we're excited to work with staff over the coming years to redevelop the lands in accordance with the concept that's been put forward. At this point, we're here to answer any questions that you might have on the concept for the RioCan lands or on anything else related to RioCan's redevelopment of the site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kavanaugh, are you putting your hand up? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I appreciate all the work with RioCan. We've been talking over the years, it's been a long process. And I believe that residents are generally happy to see a great big asphalt parking lot turn into a community, which is what the general plan, and appreciate that. The concerns that have been raised is the Main Street feel on both Richmond and Carling in terms of the podium heights and just in general, and of having commercial on facing Carling Avenue on your north side. So I just wanted to get your comments on that, because that's all part of feeling like a main street. And that's what we're after. That's what I feel the secondary plan should be accomplishing.
We agree 100%. And both Richmond Road and Carlin Avenue have been through the idea of at-grade commercial that access directly to the municipal sidewalks to create that interactive feeling between the building and the public realm. And the heights of the podium vary in terms of the really road width. So we're looking at a lower podium along Richmond Road. I think we're in the 4-story range, and possibly 6-story along Carlin Avenue, but still to be defined. But it's really, Carlin has that larger road width. So we think it can support the higher podium, but Richmond, we agree with staff's suggestion that we lower the podium. We originally had it at a 6 as well. So we're comfortable with the 4. So.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that response. I think that's helpful for the community to know. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I do have one question. The only thing about this entire discussion that is causing me discomfort, you've got that beautiful park space across the middle of your lot. Is it technically possible to run the road underneath it so that it becomes a contiguous green space? I think in Central Park, for instance, you see a fair bit of that. It's the road goes underneath.
Similar context.
Yeah, well, that's in Boston. Sorry, please.
The park itself is a phase development. So the west side falls into the first part. Right now, the second part of the park is actually the metro. With the idea of, I think it'd be a very costly exercise. So I don't think I could speak for RioCan on that. So
we'll take it under consideration.
But it's a nice idea.
No worries. That's going to be an amazing festival space.
Yeah, we thought so when it first created the idea. You can see we've shown a little, you can't see, but on the site plan, we've shown a little the idea of a bandstand at the you can see it. Oh, you can see it up at the west end. It's the idea that we can integrate it right into the landscaping, sort of have natural seating, and the idea you could have Friday night theaters and some stage, small scale community stage productions. It could be much more than just a soccer field, we think. So.
Yeah. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Just quickly, Chair, I just wanted to point out and thank RioCan for the north-south road that is going directly through the property, which is already included cycle lanes right through the property, and they're already active. So that was a good sign that there was cooperation with the city on that. So I just wanted to point that out to people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanaugh. Those are all the questions for you, gentlemen. Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
time. Thank you. We'll move on to George Corey, who will be followed by Andrew Loshman, and then our final public delegation, Sue Milburn Hopwood. Mr. Corey, are you here in the room or online? Not online. Not in the room. Okay. If Mr. Corey is available, we'll put him at the end and move on to Andrew Loshman, who is online and will be joining us momentarily.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll give you 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Perfect. Thank you very much. My phone is disabling the video here, so I'll be audio only. I may be repeating some things that you've heard before, possibly even in this meeting. Nevertheless, I'll express my thoughts and thank you for having the time to do so. I'd like to begin by stating that it's good and essential as a city that this type of engagement and consultation takes place. At the same time, I think it's very important to acknowledge that this is a complex, detailed, and time-involved activity, as we are hearing, taking months and years of work by full-time city staff, developers with time and money on the back end of implementation. In contrast, most citizens are working on the edge of their parenting, work life, and other commitments to try and respond to these consultations when they can. To say that the average citizen is ill-equipped to respond in an articulate and productive manner might be an understatement. I think probably it is. I would worry that these consultation processes, as best intention as they may be, do not adequately capture the full voice of Ottawa in the dialogue. And I am unlikely to be using the right words that are both helpful and effective in effectuating positive change by planners, the cities, and others. I've lived in Wood Park for 10 years and previously lived in Westboro, but I left with my family because some of the challenges that we are now seeing in Wood Park development-wise. In my time today, I'd like to speak to 3 points. First, I want to voice my support for the Wood Park Community Association's work and comments submitted, notably questioning the need for changing the zoning along Edgeworth, as well as the impacts to the neighborhood on traffic, walking, and livability. Given the opportunity afforded by the effective blank slate at 2525 Carling, it doesn't make sense to me to take down existing neighborhoods to develop on as well. I did hear the remarks about proximity to transit. I can't see why this is to the advantage of Ottawa or its citizens. I can't see how it's aligned to the guiding principles of the plan itself. The response back to the Wood Park Community Association's comments to the community's concerns was eye-opening to me. Simply put, it read, well, there's no guarantee those buildings will be built. Well, then why are we zoning for them if that's not the intent? Incrementalism and failure to operate holistically is the antithesis of vision for the city. Beyond Lincoln Fields and Lincoln Heights, the new Orchard Station will have a big impact on the north and east side of Wood Park and incurs many of the same concerns. Instead of a new resource arriving with the LRT, it's beginning to feel like we're being squeezed out. This is not a community saying no to development. Rather, it's one asking why an existing urban neighborhood shouldn't be equally important, livable, and enjoyable as these future developments are ostensibly aiming to be. It is well understood that change needs to occur, but it also takes decades for cities to create the pockets of city culture that literally define the attractive, healthy, and interesting place the city's strategic plan aims to create. The current plan does little to address fostering what it already has while integrating with future evolution. The requests made by the association's letter are not big nor unreasonable. They are a simple requirement for basically having a nice time and a good life in an urban environment. It makes good people wanting to be in Ottawa to create a better Ottawa. I hope it's recognized that many fellow neighbors, given the time and bandwidth to participate in a meeting like this, would also voice the same message as I have just made. Second, I would like to call for the city to examine the plan's guiding principles and understand if in fact they are being achieved. The guiding principles, as I read them, are good. My bet, though, is that the majority of the community's concerns, my bet is that the majority of the community's concerns would be largely eliminated if the principles were achieved, at least as I'm understanding them. I offer that it's important to go back and review how well or how likely these principles are likely to be realized. At present, I'm not sure they would be. In fact, do we even have a metric that the city would know if these principles were achieved? Is there a standard or measurement experience in the past for achieving these kinds of principles? And should that experience or lack thereof moderate or inform these kinds of planning exercises? I think yes. Finally, I would ask that the city find a way to expect more from the developers in this project and in the city. I do understand that the scope of this consultation in particular is not connected to actual development applications directly, but it is all connected in my view, and the expectation should start now, including parks, quality, and emphasis on mixed use that is interesting and valuable. Comments by Councillors Leeper and Kavanaugh, I think resonate with me. Developers themselves seem to lack, curiously, an imagination that extends beyond the point in time when property is handed over to the next landowners or tenants. What is it about this plan that will incentivize developers to create the long-term designs and infrastructure to attract people to Ottawa to live, work, play, invest, learn, and visit, as expressed in the spirit of Ottawa's strategic plan? The current approach seems to be, let's carve out space for development to occur, and guided by market forces, developers will create what Ottawa wants and needs. I'm not sure this is the experience many of us have, and I think many notable developments, and I think not many notable.
Andrew, I'm sorry to jump in, but you are out of time.
I apologize.
I think we've got the gist of it. Thank you for some very cogent comments. Councillor Kavanaugh does have some questions for you.
So
Thank you. Thank you very much, Andrew, for taking the time to come out today. And as well, we're going to hear from the Wood Park Community Association. And as you said, you agree with the points they've made. So I just wanted to let you know that I will be raising these questions with staff so that we can get full explanations. And as you may have heard, I am working on a staff direction on green space with the NCC land. Directly behind Edgeworth. So I hope you caught that.
I did catch that and have been listening intently all morning and afternoon. And thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. I don't see any further questions for you, Mr. Loshman. Thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon.
Thank you.
We'll go to our final public delegation on this item, Sue Milburn Hopwood with the Wood Park Community Association. Good afternoon. Welcome, Ms. Milburn Hopwood. Whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee, at which point members may choose to ask you questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon. As president of the Wood Park Community Association, I would like to begin by assuring you that the residents of Wood Park, and you've heard from two of them, recognize the need for housing and services to be built near the Lincoln Fields LRT station. I'm here today to request some changes to the Lincoln Fields secondary plan that would better balance the proposed developments with the well-being of the Wood Park residents and the other residents within the plan. Next slide, please. Wood Park, you've heard a little bit about already from Alan. We're a really vibrant community, and we have about 3,000 people in a whole pile of different housing types. We have narrow streets and virtually no sidewalks within the neighborhood. We have one small children's park and no other community facilities. There's no space for a skating rink. There's no space for a community center, a splash pad, nothing like that. We actively participated in the secondary plan process, but we were really disappointed that actually none of our concerns have been adequately addressed. I don't see a timer, so does that mean I get unlimited? Okay. Our major concerns, next slide, overdevelopment, too much and not suitable for families, need for park space, and really glad to hear the councillor's intervention there. Mobility, there's a lack of planning for traffic and parking, and we're concerned about the community infrastructure. But perhaps the biggest issue, and I'll go to the next slide, is overdevelopment. We see we have proposed developments at 2525 Carling Avenue, and I think people really like that development. And then also at 1299 Richmond Road. And they're forecasted to provide housing for about 7,000 people, which should allow the city to exceed its minimum density targets near transit stations. However, unfortunately, there are additional high-rises proposed at Edgeworth within the Wood Park neighborhood. And somebody referred it to being kind of on the periphery of the neighborhood. This is in the heart of our neighborhood. It's our only access point where we actually have a signalized turn into the neighborhood. It's on a very narrow street with ditches and no sidewalks. This is in the heart of our neighborhood. That diagram there shows the high-rise developments on the west side of Edgeworth, just across the street from 1- and 2-story homes. The picture below is on Halden Place. There will be a 30-story building behind that. So that's the density that's being proposed in our neighborhood. Do we really need so much high-rise housing, 1- and 2-bedroom small apartments? Where are families supposed to live? You know, families like to be near LRT stations and walk to LRT stations too. Why don't we build for families? There's a really good article in the Globe and Mail today. It talks to that whole issue, and it recommends the construction of more 6-story buildings with larger apartments for families. And that could be the perfect kind of thing to happen on that west side of Edgeworth. And I think you really need to seriously consider that. That article this morning talks about building homes, not housing, and you're talking about housing. The other issue that I think really irks us is the application or the inconsistent application of the 45-degree angular plane test, and there's already been quite a bit of discussion about that. You can see from that diagram that it's applied on the north-south route, but it's certainly not applied on the west-east side between Edgeworth, across Edgeworth, and I don't think it's being applied along Carling. So we'd like to see a consistent application of that that tool. And you know, the 1 minute left. Okay. The houses on Edgeworth at the 500 and 508, they'd be 18 stories if the tool was applied, but it's proposed as 24. So you can see our recommendations here. I don't think I'll talk about the park space other than it's a great idea. I'll go to the next slide. That brown area is normally not mowed all year round, except for in the fall, and it would be a great park. Mobility, we don't have any sidewalks in the interior of the neighborhood. They're in the transportation master plan, but who knows when they'll be built. So we need to get on with that, and that would be a great thing coming out of this meeting. I know it's out of the scope of the plan, but that's an issue. On infrastructure, we are concerned about the adequacy of the existing infrastructure, and particularly the comment in the plan that says there's a lack of funding for the local servicing studies that would be needed for the development decisions. But probably even a greater concern is the lack of planning for community infrastructure, recreation centers, pools, skating rinks. And we really think that, and
I'm sorry, at that point, I'll need to cut you off. Thank you very much. Are there any questions from members? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Oh, there we go. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Sorry, I didn't get that up in time. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Sue, for coming out. It's been a long day, and you have many important points. And I will be asking staff many of your questions, including about the sidewalks and the angular planes. And I think you raise a good point about families, and I neglected to raise that with RioCan, but I know in the past that they have talked about family housing being included in their property in the past. So, but it's an important point. So we're gonna we're going to have a lot of questions for staff, including the rationale for 500 and 508 Edgeworth, which, as you said, it was proposed at 18, but went up to 24. And we want to hear from staff on why that's happening. And obviously that's a concern for the community. So that's where we are. And so we'll be passing that on to staff questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanaugh. So the comprehensive zoning bylaw review is proposing an N3B zoning, which is going to be some kind of low-rise apartment building with whatever the number of units it is. I'm just waiting to hear back. Is the community association, so the transition from an N3B to this N5 and the N4 on the edge is not particularly harsh, but that's a condition that will exist down the road. Is if the proposed comprehensive zoning bylaw goes through, is Wood Park Community Association opposing the new zoning proposed as the N3B? 12 units. There we go.
Can you just mumbled the last bit of your question?
Yeah, is Wood Park Community Association opposing the rezoning of the community on the east side of Edgeworth and further east as an N3B? As low rise apartment buildings?
So I wouldn't say, I don't think we're happy about it. We have not come to a decision about whether we're going to oppose it or not. I think we actually saw the Lincoln Field secondary plan as a greater threat. We recognize that there could be multiple housing in multiple units in our neighborhood. So we recognize that that's coming. I don't say that we'd fully support it, but we recognize it is coming.
Like that built form, you'll see a lot of it going in Hintonburg right now, the 11-meter low-rise apartment buildings with 10 units, 12 units. The transition from those to the towers or the buildings that are proposed in varying heights on the west side of Edgeworth will eventually not be all that harsh a transition at all if the east side of Edgeworth takes advantage of the new permissions that are proposed. So I've got that on my mind as I think about this question of transition. Is the proposal is for an N3B on the east side, which is very different from a transition from today's large lawns, bungalows, single detached homes. Okay. Thank you.
But I think the point is there are people who are still living there and will continue to be living there 25 years from now that will be dealing with the wall along Edgeworth.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think the community fully recognizes that there will be intensification.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. That's the end of the public delegations. We'll move on to questions of staff. Councillor Kavanaugh. So the amendments were already put on the table.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the delegations that have come. And so I'm just going to pass on their questions and concerns. And we'll start off with the 500, 508 property. And we've heard from Ellen about Miguel, sorry, pardon me, about the, what the plans are. And why was the height of 24 chosen when originally it was 18? This caused more problems with the community and concerns. So can we have an explanation of that? Because obviously this was pretty dramatic for them.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, thank you for the question. I'll start by talking a bit about the context, and maybe Jocelyn will jump in with a bit more detail later on. So first, when we look at Wood Park, actually, you know what, first I just want to acknowledge that, this is a big change for Edgeworth, and that, we certainly aren't dismissive of the community concerns, and we have spent a lot of time and back and forth with the community association on this. Now, about the context for Edgeworth, if we kind of step back and look at Edgeworth, it's actually 10 streets wide, and it's either 2 or 3 blocks north-south, depending, where you are east-west. What we're talking about here are the properties on the west side of Edgeworth, only in the very southwest corner of Wood Park. Okay, so these are 11 properties that are immediately north of that corridor designated property on Carling, right up to Lawn Avenue. So the first question really was, is this in fact an appropriate location for intensification, given especially that it is in a neighborhood designation. So looking at that, given the lot depths that we talked about, the proximity to the station, and the opportunities for those direct active transportation connections to the NCC MUP that leads to the station. In fact, yes, of course, this is an appropriate location for intensification. The next question is really about scale. So, well, what type of intensification are we talking about here? If these were shallower properties, then maybe we would be limited to looking at mid-rise. But given the depth of these properties, we looked at different configurations of potential high-rise buildings, and applying the tower separations. Remember, we need that 11.5 meters to the property lines on each side, and including to the rear property line to the NCC land to the west. We confirmed that yes, in fact, we can fit a high-rise building here on these properties. So that opened the door to high-rise. Then the next step in terms of looking at the scale is looking at our policies and guidelines. And of course, that means applying the 45-degree angular plane. Now, we were consistent in applying the 45-degree angular plane to establish that approximate scale. The way we did that is we started at the front of the property lines on the east side of Edgeworth, go up to maximum height and zoning, 8 meters currently, and then you draw that 45 degrees going west. And where we can approximate a building, and then drawing that right to the center point of that building, that lands us right at 18 stories. Okay. Then when we're looking at those properties on the west side of Edgeworth, they essentially all have the same context. As Jocelyn mentioned, they're all within 200 or 300 meter walking distance of the station. And they all have the same lot depth. So that means that really we'd be looking at 18 stories all the way across those 11 properties on the west side of Edgeworth, between that corridor property in Carling right up to Lawn Avenue. Okay. So then we stepped back and we looked at that and we thought, you know what, that's not ideal. When we do that, we don't see the transition going north towards the neighborhood. So then we did a detailed modeling exercise, and you can see the results of that there. Just for context, the 2 towers furthest to the left, that's closest to Carling, the white ones. So that's an existing property where there's I believe it's a 12-story older apartment building. Okay, so the red buildings are the ones that we're talking about for those 11 properties. Okay, so the maximum, given all the requirements in the secondary plan, maximum for 3 high-rise buildings and 2 mid-rise buildings. So we did this exercise where there was a push and pull of those heights in order to get a progressive transition stepping down to the north towards the neighborhood. So that meant lowering the heights closest to Lawn Avenue and bumping up the heights a little bit closest to Carling in order to achieve that transition. We believe that that's a much better transition than having 18 stories right across the board for those 11 properties.
Thank you. If there was not a secondary plan being put in place, what would the height limit be? Just wide open.
Through Mr. Chair, Councillor, the existing heights, I believe, are 8 meters, but as we heard the chair say, with the proposed N3, I believe it would be 11 meters.
And that's how many stories?
Currently 2 going to 3.
So obviously, it's a big change for Wood Park, and one of the staff directions I put forward is on green space and working with the NCC on that balance. Frankly, this has been a concern from Wood Park even before the secondary plan was, solidified, as it were. They've always felt that they've needed it. So what is the timeline to work on negotiating with the NCC?
Through Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor. It would depend on, we would have to discuss with Parks and Facilities Planning on their work plan, but yes, we'd have to come back to you on that.
Thank you. There's so many concerns. I'm trying to think what's next. In terms of the infrastructure, that was a question from Wood Park. They have very little infrastructure, including sidewalks. And frankly, when I first became a councillor, there was a proposal to put a sidewalk on the south side of Edgeworth, south side of Carling on Edgeworth, and where there was already a sidewalk, and that way they would have 2, and there was none for Wood Park. I pushed back on that big time. And I'm glad that this is now being implemented, but what would the timeline be to get it?
Oh, it's on, okay. So the sidewalk improvements that are shown in the transportation master plan in Wood Park, the prioritization for those has not yet occurred. We are intending to roll that out at the same time as the next phase of the transportation master plan part 2. And that's when we'll reveal the timing for all the projects in the transportation master plan.
Does that include Lawn Avenue as well?
That includes Lawn Avenue, Edgeworth, and I believe Woodland is the other one in Wood Park.
Yeah, and I'm hoping to include Anthony, by the way, another entrance into the community that's been drastically affected by stage 2. Oh, did you have something to add, Joseph?
Yeah, if you'll permit me, Mr. Chair, something as well. One of the requirements in the policies is that if redevelopment is to occur ahead of the city's scheduled implementation of the sidewalks along Edgeworth, that a developer would be responsible to build a portion of the sidewalk abutting their property. So it'd be a little piecemeal at first. So ideally, the TMP comes forward first, but at least that is an option available for the entire stretch up until Lawn.
That will be very helpful. And I'm already pushing for other infrastructure in the area, not just for the green space, but also in adjacent in Woodruff Park. So, which will help benefit the community. In terms of the Main Street feel, we've heard concerns from a few of the communities in terms of keeping that scale for Main Street, both on Richmond and Carling. I'm concerned about the general comments, generally to be 2 to 4. And I want to know what the rationale is there, because the community needs guarantees. They're going to see a Main Street feel to this community, that they're going to get that feel of what's happened at Westboro without planning, because there was pre-existing older buildings, and that's why it feels like a Main Street. But the temptation is putting in big buildings along that Main Street, but we need that podium setback to give it that Main Street feeling. So we get both the density and the feeling of scale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor. The secondary plan, the intent for sure, especially after our consultations with the Britannia Village Community Association, was to have Richmond Road, or this segment of Richmond Road specifically, is the logical continuation of Summer Street West, which becomes Wellington, then becomes Richmond. And the previous segments of these main streets, for the most part, have somewhere between 2 and 4 story podiums. So that was the original intent of the 2 to 4 story podium requirements for the segment of Richmond Road in the secondary plan. We are sympathetic to the comment made by the delegate this morning about the official plan policy speaking to the podium being proportional to the width of the right of way. And in this case here, Richmond Road varies between 26 to 33 meters and is actually protected for 37.5 meters in Schedule C16 of the official plan. So we're at 4 stories, below that below what would be otherwise proportional. Which is why I think the addition of the word generally recognizes the intent of both the arterial Main Street guidelines and the official plan policy.
Thank you. Hub transition versus Main Street transition. Can you explain why the plan does not apply the same neighborhood transition requirements to the hub designation as it does to Main Street corridor designation?
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Chair and Councillor. Something that's come up quite a bit this morning and this afternoon has been with regards to the consistent application of the angular plane. I think what we need to understand is transition. We have a toolbox of different means of to apply transition, and we apply the right tool for the right job, which means that we can't consistently apply the angular. The angular plane is the first tool we often pull out, and if it makes sense given the context, then we apply it. But in the case of the hub designation, and maybe Kelly, if you want to pull up the schedule, which would be on slide 5. The angular plane is most effective when there are low-rise areas within the immediate vicinity. And in the case of the hub on the screen, you'll see it's this purple wedge south of Richmond Road and north of Carling Avenue. So just immediately to the north, I wish I could point, immediately to the north of Richmond, you see there's a blue area, this blue band of land. That's the Richmond Main Street corridor designation as it applies to Richmond Road. And these are deep properties. These are somewhere range between 30 to 60 meters, depending on where you are. And then you have the neighborhood to the north of that, and then plus the wide right of way for Richmond. So when we apply the angular plane, we would apply it from the nearest low-rise lot line, and in this case would be north of Regina Street or off Priscilla. And when bringing that to the hub designation, we would rationalize like a 90-story building. It would be just far exceed what would be reasonable under the angular plane. So in this case, the most effective tool for transition in the hub is the progressive lowering of heights from Lincoln Field Station.
Thank you. You heard from Queensway Terrace North and about having non-residential uses, commercial, and I've put that forward to both for Richmond and Carling, and to designate them as Main Street, to give that Main Street feeling. The only thing we got right now is we've got the Rexall up at, right up to the sidewalk. This is, just barely a beginning, but to keep it in scale, because we hope in future to give that feeling. And that is a major place for Queensway Terrace North to cross over, because they have to cross over, and we need to strengthen those crossings, by the way. So I just wanted your comment on that, but and we heard RioCan doesn't have a problem with it, if I may say so. So I just wanted to get the comments about that.
Thank you, Councillor. So something that the plan does that I'm sure you're aware of is we do have, and this is where the Queensway Terrace North Community Association is coming with this comment, is there is a requirement for a non-residential use at the grade of every building along Richmond Road. And the Community Association wants the same requirement for Carling Avenue, which I think is some nuance for the rest of committee here. We, as part of the secondary plan, are taking a risk with this. This is on the assumption that, going back to my earlier comment about this segment of Richmond, is that continuation of those downtown main streets going from Somerset to Wellington to Richmond. And right now, the existing context is all properties within the plan area on Richmond Road currently have a non-residential use or are in a mixed-use building. And so it's through the secondary plan wants to continue that function for Richmond. The same cannot be said for Carling. Right now, the lot fabric is too varied. I will note that the council's motion is specifically for the hub portion. which is on the north side of Carling. I know it's hard to place, but yeah, so this would be on the north side of Carling. And this, to Miguel's earlier point, this does open us up to potential official plan amendments down the line if a developer deems that the non-residential amenity would not be viable. And I will note that the policies are incredibly supportive of mix of uses. There's definitely no limiting factor to having those non-residential amenities. It's more just a requirement is very firm and does open us up, especially in policy. It does open us up to amendments to the official plan down the line, particularly for what would be something pretty minor.
Anyway, that's very important, especially because we're trying to make it feel like a main streets on both sides. So I think I'm going to be sticking with that and hope others will agree with me. I appreciate all the work that has been done on this plan. We started this process when I got elected in 2019, really. It's gone through a lot. I know that RioCan has been very anxious for it so they can get going. The station is going to open. This is Lincoln Field Station. In just a few years. We're getting closer. It's actually like 95% complete. And the development around it is going to happen. I realize the impact it's going to have on the community. I appreciate their participation. Wood Park, Queensway Terrace North, Britannia Village have all been very active participants, along with others as well. But the reality is that we're going to see intensification. I don't think there's too many concerns about RioCan, but of course it's very invasive for Wood Park. And they need some guarantees of balance with the green space. I think that's can't be emphasized enough that we work hard to ensure that that is a guarantee, and that we ensure that that we have the infrastructure as well with the sidewalks, et cetera, and other infrastructure to make this a livable, continue to be a livable community. As has been emphasized, it's an anomaly that it's an inner urban area with ditches and no sidewalks. And yet it's going to have a New Orchard station on one side and Lincoln Field on the other. So it's feeling the pressure. And so I appreciate all the work they put into it. I can understand their concerns. It's also a very unusual area. If you look at it from Geo-Ottawa, the strange large lots that they have throughout the community is also an anomaly. I realize that that's.
You're past your 5 minutes.
It's my wrap up.
Others have questions. I did want to, I don't know if you intend to come back on the list. If you don't intend to come back on the list, did you want to ask staff to take direction on something right now?
Yeah, the staff direction, where is it? There it is. We've already talked about it, that staff be directed to work with the NCC to explore opportunities for active or passive recreation space on the NCC's green space that is accessible to the Wood Park community after the completion of the western expansion of the O-Train, location approximately north of the future development area, east of Lincoln Field Station and west of Edgeworth Avenue. Thank you.
Are staff willing to undertake that as direction?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to Vice Chair Gower.
Okay, I think Councillor Kavanagh covered a lot of what I was going to ask, so thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. So on the podium, I just want to ask specifically, are staff supportive of the motion on the slight change to the wording on the podium to will generally?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And this would, my understanding is this would still restrict podium height in general to based on the ratio to the right-of-way width, which changes from location to location along the street.
Mr. Chair, be based around the 2 to 4 stories generally, so perhaps it could be an extra story.
Okay. And the language around, I think it's policy 2, section 2.3 around approximately aligned to the angular plane. I'm not sure we need to alter that because I think it's still in line with what our official plan says. But I just want to, in staff's opinion, does the policy around transition in the secondary plan align to what the official plan says around transition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Vice Chair. Yes, we were very diligent in our review of the urban design guidelines for high-rise buildings and the official plan's policies around transition. In this case here, going back to my earlier comment, the shall requirement is that there will be a transition. The recommendation, then there's some language around transition should be determined by the approximate application of the angular plane. This is in reference to my earlier comment about finding the right transition tool for the right job. And generally, usually when we review development applications, the urban design process, the angular plane is the first tool we leverage, and then depending on its applicability, on its usefulness, then we go from there. And so I think in this case here, we've established that there are other tools at our disposal, but that the angular plane is generally the first tool to look at.
Okay, thank you. I think on the motion about more commercial or more non-residential use on the main floor, I'm sympathetic to the intent here, because I know in our main street in Stittsville, that's been a concern. In other areas, we have mixed use, and it's always a struggle, or often a struggle, to convince builders to include non-residential uses. So I'd be open perhaps to other approaches if staff have any other recommendations between now and council. I don't think I'm going to support the motion as is, but if there's other approaches we can take to make that desire for non-residential uses more explicit, or just give some extra emphasis to that. So, I think this plan in front of us accomplishes what we wanted it to do in terms of increasing density near transit. It's, I think, very successful around creating that new open space, park space, and in terms of rethinking how we prioritize active transportation. But I do think the commercial, our desire to have a good mixed use community still is not coming through strong enough. So if there's any suggestions staff may have that we could work on between now and council on how to emphasize that that's an important objective to the city and the secondary plan, I'd be open to exploring that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. The representative for Ottawa's most beautiful ward, River Ward, Councillor Brockington.
That's the best thing you said all day, Chair. Thank you. I just have one question. Certainly, as we, I'll preface my comments by saying there's a lot of shopping malls in our city that's going through a transformation. I know RioCan is a major property owner in this country, and there are a number of properties, including in River Ward with the redevelopment of Westgate, for example, that certainly Lincoln Fields, the area of Lincoln Fields is not unique, and there are many more Lincoln Fields coming within our city, particularly in the next 20 years or so. I have a minor question in the grand scheme of things, and that is connecting the redeveloped Lincoln Fields mall property with the abutting transit station. And I've looked at some pictures, and I think maybe some of them are old, and I'm not exactly sure what exists now, but will there be better connections from the eastern periphery of the mall property to both the LRT and bus connections going forward?
Through the chair, there is one project that we're looking at to try to improve the connection from the mall site in the interim to the NCC pathway that runs parallel to the Kitchissippi-McCann and then leads to a traffic signal that allows you to cross to the station. So that's one thing that's currently underway. Otherwise, this plan does envision improvements to active transportation modes on Carling Avenue that would also make that a much easier connection for people walking and cycling than it is today.
So is this part of the site plan, or will this be at some other point? I just want to make sure if there's an opportunity during the site plan to plant some seeds that it be done then.
The first item I mentioned is as part of the current site plan that's under review, which predates this secondary plan. The second item would be something that would be undertaken by the city or the NCC as part of reconfiguration of the interchange, and the date for that has not yet been set or funding found for that.
Okay. The pedestrian bridge that spanned the parkway and then went to Lincoln Fields, has that been taken down as part of the LRT development? Or does that still exist? Still there? Okay. So is that then the solution to shuttle pedestrians from the Lincoln Fields Mall property to the LRT station?
Chair, perhaps we need some clarification. The current bridge that leads from Lincoln Field Station only goes east, and I believe that will be removed as part of the decommissioning of the transitway. There is a pedestrian bridge on the south side of Carling that goes across both the new railway and the old transitway, but that I don't think that's what you're talking about, because that's south of Carling. North of Carling, there is no bridge that crosses all the way to the Lincoln Fields Mall or across the Kitchissippi Mechanic.
Yeah, the genesis for my question is, if I'm living in a new tower in Lincoln Fields Mall property 10 years from now, and I want to go to the Lincoln Fields LRT station, I don't want to have to go southbound to leave the property to go on Carling to come back to the station. Will there be a convenient arch or bridge from the center part of that property over the parkway directly to the mall?
Mr. Chair, that is not something that's currently in the plan. We are, as I said, we are trying to improve those connections to the south and north to try to make that more convenient and comfortable for people walking and cycling, but no plans for a bridge.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Councillor. Are you looking to wrap up, Councillor Kavanaugh? Because I just got the one question.
Yeah, kind of was wrapping up there earlier.
So I'll
but
just ask
that a little bit more.
Yeah, I'll just ask really briefly. I'm interested in that discussion with Councillor Brockington with respect to a pedestrian connection to the transit station. Is it too late to get into the TMP as an active transportation project? Not to give Tim a heart attack, but. Pardon me, sorry.
Mr. Chair, the active transportation projects were included as part of part 1 of the TMP. So
Yeah.
my understanding is that they will not be reviewed as part of part 2. That's only looking at the road and transit projects.
We can always, I mean, we can always add it if we wanted to, but okay. No, just a path forward. Sorry, Councillor Kavanaugh, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to clarify, I misunderstood Raleigh's comments, but we'd love to have a pedestrian bridge that connected to the station. Keep in mind, the pre-existing station, is it torn down now? I think, anyway, it's about to be torn down. The new station is further east. And even before, there was just nobody was willing to pay for a pedestrian bridge directly from Lincoln Field to the station, even pre-existing or now. We are working in terms of RioCan about having a exit from the property that's not just on Carling, but further north, so that it reaches onto the path so that you can cross over to get to the station. A signalized cross to get to the station. Keep in mind, things are going to be very different. There's no, it's not a transitway anymore. So there's less complications that way, but we have been talking about this for a long time of something RioCan has been very good about talking about is exits from their property, connecting with the NCC, and those conversations are happening. Now should just to add to that, we're also working on snow clearing for the future on those pathways, because that came up with the Regina Street development, and that is ongoing as well. I'm still pushing for it. All of these things are important. We have to treat this as year-round access to the station, and so I'll be continuing to push on that. And I appreciate the work of staff on this, because You can't have these sites with so many people depending on the LRT and not making active transportation the priority. So I think I did my wrap up a little earlier, but thanks again to everybody on the team, Jocelyn and Peter and Royce and everyone, Kale. It's been a long haul, and a big thanks to the community. They've given a lot of time and appreciate the work. So we'll continue to work on the details. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. I don't see any further hands up. First, thank you very much to staff who have been working obviously very hard on this. Thank you very much to residents who have been engaged with it for a significant period of time. I'm going to call for a couple of votes and otherwise just call for consent on a few items. There is the staff initiated motion that was put forward by Vice Chair Gower with respect to the removal of the section on Starflower Lane. Is that carried? Thank you. Councillor Kavanaugh has put forward a motion with respect to requiring the non-residential uses. I'm going to call for a vote on that one, please.
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Curry, Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor Johnson,
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Councillor Kelly, Councillor Kitts, Councillor Lowe,
No.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Councillor Troster,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gower,
Nope.
Chair,
No.
6 yeas, 3 nays.
Thank you very much. And then Councillor Gower has put forward a motion with respect to podium heights, that those be generally between 2 and 4 stories. I'll call for a vote on that one too, please.
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Curry, Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor Johnson,
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
No.
pardon? No. Councillor Kelly, Councillor Kitts, Councillor Lowe,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Councillor Troster,
No.
Vice Chair Gower,
Yes.
Chair,
Yes.
7 yeas, 2 nays.
Thank you very much. So that carries as well. So is the report as amended by those two motions carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll move on to our final item of the day. 5, I think. Yeah. Yeah. So this is the item on city-owned lands for housing developments. We are at risk of losing quorum on this item. So I would ask that residents and, or sorry, not residents, members be judicious with their questions. So because there are delegations, there's a presentation, but I'm just wondering, rather than receive, sorry, if I can get staff's attention. Rather than receive a presentation on this, could you just tell us what this is, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Wendy C. and with me I have Allison Hamlin from Planning, as well as staff from Housing. And we're prepared to answer any questions, but generally, if I could have the presentation up, please, slide number 2. There's 6 city-owned sites which are proposed to be rezoned in order to increase the housing supply, and in particular to provide for the missing middle housing. And these are the 6 sites generally spread across the city. This is in accordance with the 2031 Municipal Housing Pledge, the Ontario-Ottawa Agreement, and Housing Accelerator Fund. The city intends to dispose of these properties through the selection of a suitable nonprofit housing provider or proponent. And at that time, the development and site requirements, the number of units, including affordable units, and the development timeline would be identified. The official plan contains policies which prioritize affordable housing and include incentives which include alternative development standards. This includes reducing setbacks, area requirements, flexibility in the location of amenity area, and reducing the lot width and lot area for townhouses. Also proposed is the elimination of the minimum parking requirements, which is also supported by the OP policy. Section 423 of the official plan recognizes that many individuals may rely on long-term housing other than traditional dwelling units. So this section provides for alternative housing forms such as a residential care facility in all zones. So this use is also proposed to be added where the existing site does not permit that use. So generally, that's the amendment for those sites, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Fantastic. Thank you. For the benefit of committee members, I believe all of the delegations here today are here to speak about the Hawthorne piece. I believe that Councilor Menard has a motion, which will be put through Vice Chair Gower, obviously, but go ahead, Sean.
Okay, thanks very much, Chair, and thanks to Vice Chair Gower on the procedure side. So it's just a motion before we hear from delegates with regard to a petition that has been signed in the neighborhood. Whereas there's a housing crisis in Ottawa and non-market housing is the most effective and important solution we have to address it. And whereas 185 Hawthorne Avenue is an irregular shaped city-owned property located in Old Ottawa East adjacent to the Highway 417 and off-ramp. And whereas although the site is not considered a city park, it has always been used by the community as such. And whereas members of the community note that this land has been used in this way for 50 years. And whereas the community is understandably concerned about the loss of publicly accessible green space and tree canopy that would be required by development here. And whereas members of the community have pointed out that this green space is currently used as a communal gathering space for families, children, and neighbors walking their dogs. And whereas the community is already concerned about the loss of green space in the neighborhood that would result from the Alta Vista transportation corridor if it were to be built as currently planned. And whereas community members have also pointed out that the trees located on the property provide canopy cover and screening from the Highway 417. Whereas any new building on the site will be required to meet the Ministry of Transportation setback requirements from property lines adjacent to the Highway 417 and off-ramp. And whereas due to soil contamination, the site requires remediation prior to development, which may require the removal of some trees. And whereas community members have also raised concerns about the lack of parking on their street and how this new development could exacerbate the issue. And whereas although parking may not be required for this new development, the city could ensure that minimal street parking is lost as a result of the development. Therefore, be resolved that staff be directed to include a condition in the request for proposal requiring the successful not-for-profit housing provider to retain as many trees as possible, including within the MTO setback. Where trees are not able to be retained due to site design, the owner will be required to work with a city forester to develop a replanting plan. And be it further resolved that staff include a requirement in the request for proposal for the not-for-profit to provide publicly accessible green space on the site. And be it further resolved that efforts be made to maintain the existing curbside parking capacity wherever possible. I just want to thank city staff for helping to draft this. We visited the site together, Geraldine Wildman in particular, but staff have worked on this and you know, they saw firsthand how important it is for community members here. I think, you know, understandably, affordable housing is needed all over our city. But this is a special place that also has some green space amenities there that we want to preserve in addition to the potential units that may come. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Menard, and thank you, Vice Chair Gower, for putting that forward in neutral fashion. So there are 5 public delegations on this. And I'll just ask Paul Banerjee to come up first, who will be followed by Steve Aboud, Michael Bassett, Diane Wing, Vincent Marsh. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna ask Steve Aboud to go first. I apologize. There was some requests. Okay, I'm in your hands with respect to the order, but I know that. Okay, and if I may just say, I know other members have to leave shortly. We will lose quorum within the next 25 minutes or so. So just if you could be judicious with your comments.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So thank you very much, Chair and council members, for hearing me. My name is Michael Bassett, a resident of Hawthorne Avenue for over 15 years. Today, I stand before you representing not only myself and my family, but also the 170 individuals who signed a petition around opposing the rezoning of the green space at 185 Hawthorne Avenue. We've heard already through Councilor Menard's how important the space is. It's deeply integrated into the fabric of our community. It's served multiple generations with immeasurable ecological, social, and health benefits. And the petition and the number of people that were able to sign it within one weekend, we moved quickly. There's a lot more if we had more time. Is a testament to our deep connection and the valuation of this green space. We've heard a lot today about what constitutes a park. This is a great opportunity to actually make a space that's already operating as a park into something formal. Is a park defined as the area where the laughter of children is playing, where the presence of wildlife such as cardinals or rabbits, or perhaps a simple act of reading a book under the shade of a tree. And for over 5 decades, 185 Hawthorne has been all of these things and more to our community. Although not officially designated, it functions as a true park in every sense of the word. And despite the engagement, city officials have not engaged with community members on opportunities to formalize this area as a park and are now using current housing pressures as a reason to permanently remove this space from our community. Just because the city doesn't recognize that it's a park doesn't mean that it's vacant or should be dismissed. I had an illustration that sort of talks about the green spaces we have lost. Beautiful graphic by myself, but I think you get the point. The X's all represent, we are very committed to preserving our space. It's the little question mark at the top there. We maintained this area, we clean it. There are no park benches, there are no garbages. We take care of it ourselves. And our commitment to this space is really justified by the fact that we've lost so many green spaces in the last couple of years. Since moving to this neighborhood 15 years ago, my family and I have witnessed an alarming rate of lost green spaces, including the privatization and the fencing off of the green space beside Immaculata High School for soccer activities, the removal of the green spaces that were part of the Oblates properties, except for a small sliver along the river, and Ballantyne Park is out of commission due to the construction on Hawthorne Avenue and the upcoming bridge replacement. We also, as we heard from Councilor Menard, have the looming potential loss of the other question mark there, which is the People's Park between Springhurst Park and the apartment buildings to the Alta Vista Transportation Corridor, and that adds to our concerns. And so given what we've lost already and what we may lose in the future, it is vital, in our opinion, that 185 Hawthorne be preserved. I was going to talk a little bit about what it did in the pandemic. I mean, basically, the green space offered a space for people to connect. We had people who could see no one else, but we could still maintain socially distanced connections, and those connections continue today. And so it continues to be heavily in use. I think the councillor and the city folks saw that when they came out unannounced to the park, and people were immediately willing to talk to them about how important it was to them. We do recognize the pressing need for affordable housing in our city. However, there are alternative sites in Old Ottawa East where such development would not only be more appropriate, but also could accommodate more residents. These alternatives include the underutilized lands along Main Street, on the borders of the land of Hawthorne Avenue around Ballantyne Park, and the lands near the Lees Avenue LRT station, which are already zoned for densification and not currently used as green spaces. Preserving this green space it aligns with Ottawa's sustainable development goals and the commitments to building green belts within urban settings. I was really happy to hear how much support this committee has for creating parks and building those in. This is an opportunity to just maintain and actually designate something as a park that's already worked that way. So in closing, on behalf of my community and the 170 individuals who signed the petition, I urge the council to formally designate 185 Hawthorne Avenue as a park, preserving this invaluable community asset for future generations and demonstrating a commitment to sustainable urban development. I think we can find balance that supports the development of affordable housing without sacrificing our cherished green spaces. And I do request that the city engage in a more transparent and inclusive planning process, ensuring that all potential sites in Old Ottawa East are evaluated so that we could actually come up with something that might be a bit more ambitious, but we preserve these green spaces.
Thank you, Mr. Bassett. Councilman Ard.
I'll be quick, Chair, just to thank the delegations and everyone who's come to wait through all the rest of planning committee. I appreciate you being here. And I'm just committing to you that I'll ask staff about some of those other locations that you've mentioned. I know some of them certainly in the future might be slated for some affordable housing as well. So appreciate that coming forward and, you know, the care you have for this space and for taking care of it for all those years too. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councilman Ard. Thank you very much, Michael. Steve Aboud. Or whichever of you would prefer to go first. I think it's Paul Banerjee. When you're ready, sir, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Banerjee. I've lived in the neighborhood on Hawthorne Avenue at 136 for 35 years or so. My other neighbor has already pointed out about the 170 signatures. I would urge you to focus on the headline. The first one said there is no room for the public in the public interest. And I think we are seeing a case in point of that. That was a article that was published in the Main Streeter. And I'm hoping that the 178 million is not a way to kind of bring in the housing rapidly. Slide 2. I think the slide 2, the headline says it all. If you can all see it, I don't know if you have the slide in front of you. It says, losing a vital green space. I will not go into the sub-bullets. Slide 3, please. I think slide 3 and slide, well, I'll come to 4 in a second. Essentially, this is a loss of prescriptive rights because this space has been used over more than 50 years. And certainly the thinking has come around to capture the space. Slide 4 says the city absorbs responsibility. And why do I say that? That's shown in the next slide, which is Exhibit 1. And that shows the penalty posed for the poop and scoop bylaw, if you like. The next slide, once again, the slide 6 also captures the slide that we talked about earlier, that having this development would mean destroying a safe communal space. Slide 7 says that the AVTC was a bad, ill-conceived idea, and this one is similar to that, and perhaps housing could be considered in that space. Research from peer-reviewed journals shows that's slide 8, thank you. Research from peer-reviewed journals shows that intensification has many ill effects. Strong density causes low social relation. This is a published Journal of International Migration and Integration. My other colleague or neighbor, Steve Aboud, would speak to the oil tar and the other contamination in the ground, but we wonder why are we being exposed to that? And why would then, if at all the development goes through, why would we have to dig and uncover dangerous material? We have alluded to parking as well, because parking is already at premium. And accessibility of emergency vehicles at the end of the street is already an issue. This would also exacerbate the problem. I think in conclusion, our plea here is to go against the development. And really, the core point is the loss of the green space. That's what we're trying to say. It served as a green space during the pandemic days. It serves a green space for the nearby children that go to school, the preschool, the kindergarten, and so on. There's no shortage of usage in the area. So we really wonder why this area has to be sacrificed, where there are more than 170 only over 3 days. Probably we could get 500 residents to sign off on that if we had a second go at it. Thank you very much. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. I don't see any questions for you. Or, sorry, let me just double check. Thank you. Our next speaker, Diane Wing? No. Steve Aboud.
Okay, as you know, I am Steve Aboud. Okay, we've lived at 110 Concord Street for 36 years. One of the main reasons my wife and I bought this house so close to the Queensway was the green space across the street, which our dog and our children love to play in to this date. We love the park. Okay, and we call it green space and park because we get to meet with our neighbors and discuss the issues of the day and walk our dogs. But to the main issue that I want to address here about the park across the street is the well-known fact that the ground is contaminated with coal tar and possibly diesel and home heating fuel as well. You see, at the back of the property, right up against the Queensway, there is a cement pad with oil pipes protruding from the ground, which Mrs. Wallace, an old-time resident of on Concord Street, 117 Concord, told me was a fuel pump shed and does likely have buried oil tanks. They don't leave oil pipes on the surface unless the tanks are still in the ground. I know the fact that the ground is contaminated at least 16 to 20 feet deep. You see, I built from the ground up 188 and 190 Hawthorne, which is a semi-detached home built across the street from 185 Hawthorne. When digging to connect the sanitary and storm pipes to the city service in the middle of Hawthorne Avenue, we smelt the contaminated soil, which we know went deeper than the pipes we installed to connect to the public sewer. When the city changed the sanitary and storm pipes, the smell permeated the air until it was covered up when they finished the connections. No contaminated soil was removed. It is my understanding that this land will be given free of charge to a developer who cannot make a profit for approximately 20 to 25 years. I have renovated homes since 1988 and began building new homes starting in 2006. In 2015, on a 12-unit apartment I owned in Vanier, I discovered a buried oil tank, which was 4 foot wide, 4 foot deep, and 8 feet long. Making the decision to remove the empty tank, we obtained a permit from the city and began to dig it up. The hole was about 8 feet wide, 12 feet long, and 6 feet deep to remove the empty tank at a cost of approximately $3,000 to $5,000. When complying with city inspectors, soil testing had to be done to ensure that all contaminated soil was removed. The 8 by 12 hole in the ground quickly grew to 14 feet wide, 20 feet long, and 12 feet deep at a cost of $45,000. At 185 Hawthorne, we're talking a much larger area and a whole lot deeper to the cost to remove the contaminated area would most likely cost a lot more, possibly even into the millions. Even though the land will be given free of charge, I, as a home builder, would never take a project on like this because the cost of removing the contaminated soil is too risky. No home builder would take such a gamble, and this could bankrupt
anyone who takes on such a project. The only other way to remove the contaminated soil would be to have the taxpayer foot the bill. I ask you, is this area worth the cost of the taxpayers when there's plenty of other uncontaminated areas available in Ottawa without this cost? Before even getting started, it would cost more to decontaminate the ground than it would be to build the actual homes. If 185 Hawthorne is left the way it is now, it poses no threat to the people in the community and does not cost the taxpayers anything compared to what the cost would be to build on contaminated ground. Also, the time it would take for the cleanup could be in the months or longer. The unknown depth of the contamination furthers the cost. You see, when you have to get it all out of the ground, otherwise the smell and the hazardous material would permeate the porous concrete foundations of the newly constructed dwellings created. And this would create a nightmare, not only for the people living in the new homes, but also for the tax-paying citizens of Ottawa to clean up, or at worst, forced to demolish these proposed homes. To build at 185 Hawthorne is a massive risk and is not warranted when so many areas in Ottawa are available with no environmental problems. One more thing, there is a matter of the Queensway expansion. My house at 110 Concord Street and the area across the street is still slated for expropriation by MTO for Queensway expansion. Will a 4-story unit or 10-unit building be built and then a few years later from now be torn down? Something else that makes this whole project a non-starter for housing development. I hope you take all this into consideration and look for a more feasible location to build affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just before I go to Councillor Menard, who has a question for you. Councillor Johnson has received a note from one of the delegations expressing the disappointment that delegation feels that Councillor Johnson has her child in her lap. We're not going to get into the personal circumstances of why Councillor Johnson's child is in her lap. It is completely unacceptable to send councillors who are trying to juggle their family obligations with their professional obligations, this kind of correspondence. I will leave it there. Completely unacceptable. Councilor Menard?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll reiterate that message. I have an 8-year-old and a 5-year-old often at home with me, and I, sometimes need to take on childcare with them. And we have meetings at all hours of the night and the day. So, my apologies that occurred for Councillor Johnson, who I have tremendous respect for, and all, a lot of us councillors have kids, and life isn't perfect. We've got different circumstances where we got to take care of them. So just like everybody does. I wanted to ask about just the site itself, and I actually, Chair, is there just one delegation left, or? Okay. So just really quickly, the site itself abuts 2 different streets. It abuts Concord across where you lived. And by the way, thank you for walking the site together.
Yes.
That was helpful. And you're lovely to meet your partner as well. And then the other side is Hawthorne. So it's a weird shaped site on MTO property and City of Ottawa property. Is there a world there where you see some housing to be able to be put in a section of it, and having a section that may be appropriate for continued public use? I think we talked about that on site, and to me, that is the best solution here. Is let's formalize some park space here while getting in the 10 units of housing that we badly need in the city. Is that something that you can foresee, given the Concord and kind of triangle shape of this, where exactly where you live over to Hawthorne? Is that possible in your view, or would you agree with something like that, instead of the entire site being gone, trees and no green space whatsoever?
Well, maybe in normal circumstances that may apply, but not in this area. Because of the Queensway expansion, there will be no trees left on that property, period, because the expansion will take away the trees that are at the back of that property, as well as the ones that are in the center of 185 Hawthorne. And just a further note, there was a house that was across the street from my home at 110 Concord that is also proposed right now to have units built. That home was expropriated with the original building of the Queensway. And now you're proposing to build on an area where a home had already been expropriated. It makes no sense. And also, I believe that the Queensway expansion requires about 14 meters from the fence line of the newly constructed portion of the Queensway, which would put it to the neighbor's house at 113 Concord. So this doesn't make it, there's no feasible way to save any green space or any, should the Queensway expansion go through, which is still on the books. So to your answer, I don't think there's any way that you can move forward on this project.
I guess it depends if MTO is going to expropriate that land or not. But I appreciate the answer and for walking the site together. I think there's a much better solution here related to my motion where we can have those both. But thank you very much.
But according to the Queensway
I'm sorry, there wasn't a question there. So we'll move on to Ms. Wing, Diane Wing.
Thank you. I'm sure you're just about done with hearing people talk, but life is all about balance, as we were saying, and I believe that I'd like to present some option for balance here. My name is Diane Wing, and I've lived on Hawthorne Avenue for 40 years, and I'm also I've been very involved in the old Ottawa East community, and I am chair of the Main Streeter Community newspaper, the one that put the last article in about public consultation. But I've had my eyes open today, and I recognize how much you have to consider when you're trying to juggle many needs. And I appreciate that, particularly seeing on a day like this, democracy in action. I guess what I would like, I agree with Michael's point at how important this space has been to our community. It's really the anchor for the community, not just Hawthorne Avenue, but all around the area. I think it's an expensive option for building possibly. It's a bit unclear to me. I think all my neighbors don't really understand what 10 units means with some affordable housing. So it seems to me that we do certainly need more community consultation. And to that end, I would ask that any developer be required for the development to be vetted by the community for aesthetics, land use, screening, and overall fit. The community deserves a real say in the final selection of development should it go forward. And again, I'm hoping it won't. And I strongly agree with Steve that it is a very expensive option. But should it go ahead, I think that it's really important that we have a say in it and that the development match the existing environmental benefits of green space, such as Councillor Menard mentioned. Is there some way we can do that? Because I think it's important to facilitate a full integration of new residents into the community. If we are going to have a whole input of new people, we need to have it be a situation where they feel welcome and the existing residents feel that they've been respected in how their homes are being affected. I am concerned that the amendment is proposing to eliminate minimum resident and visitor parking. The new dwellings will require at least one entry point and one exit point, even if there is no parking. Each of those points of access would likely open onto Hawthorne Avenue, and each would eliminate at least one existing parking space on the street. Existing residents and new residents will have guests who will require parking from time to time, further exacerbating the existing parking problem. This development should not create hardship for existing residents. And while it is a laudable goal to encourage active transportation and public transit, Not everyone can do that. Single working parents and young families often need vehicles to transport kids, and many elderly people do not have the luxury of walking to transit. The focus on mixing active transportation with affordable housing frequently ignores the reality of a sizable portion of the population. There's already concern about the difficulty for municipal services such as garbage, recycling, and snow removal on Hawthorne Avenue. At present, the cutout at the end of the street accommodates multiple services. It offers a few parking spots. It is also a spot where garbage, recycling, and delivery trucks turn around, and it is a spot where the city piles snow because there is nowhere else for it. We ask council to require any development to leave a turnaround space in an area to dump snow. Otherwise, this proposed development and the elimination of an essential feature of the street would seriously impact the quality of life for residents and their safety if snow cannot be properly plowed and trucks have to back out of the street, which occasionally they do now. There is much to consider whether this is the best location for a housing development, not only the obvious ecological and social costs, but the financial ones as well. While incentives may exist to encourage the construction of affordable housing, it does not guarantee an affordable housing outcome. Given our property taxes, the city would need to do a lot more to encourage housing on this land to make this proposal financially viable.
And I'm sorry, I have to cut you off there.
I was just about to end, and thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Menard has questions for
Mayor,
you.
I'll just make a quick comment about the existing curbside parking capacity. That's exactly what we're talking about here. There's one side of the street that is no parking at this dead end area and one side that is.
That's right.
And given that configuration, there's an odd parking situation at the very end of the street as well.
That's the little cutout, yeah.
There's a lot of potential there to accommodate the existing parking in that block, which I understand has been a concern. So that's, in terms of the motion speaking to your priorities, exactly what we're trying to do is just to maintain that where possible. So I appreciate you being here and expressing these views. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have one final delegation, Vincent Marsh. Good afternoon, Mr. Marsh. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Thank you. I live at Lisa and I, we live at 192 Hawthorne Avenue. It's right across the street from the park. We've lived there for 46 years, raised 5 children there. And I'm here finally just to attest to the fact that everything that was said today about the use of that park, the fact that we maintain it, a lot of the neighbors, we maintain it, use it. It became a catalyst to the development of a community, a real strong community, a vibrant community in our neighborhood. And that's really, really important. And believe me when I tell you this, that's what it did for us. Oh, sorry. Oh, I wanted to say that that park, the use of that park far outweighs putting 10 units there. I can appreciate the fact that the housing is really, really important. We've all been hearing about it for quite a few years now. I've seen a piece of property, I drive by a piece of property almost every day that's owned by I believe it's owned by the city. It's at the corner, it's on Lees Avenue, right at Chapel Street. They used to have a garage there. It's recently been taken down. It's closer to the Lees Avenue station than we are, where the park is. And there's bus stops right there. I would recommend look at that for lots more housing. It's a large piece of property. Across the street is to Lees Avenue is the the rail tracks for the LRT. Behind that land, there already is a housing project there that I think the city owns it actually, or it's a affordable housing project. So, and to me, it would work real well with it. Anyways, that's just one property that I've seen that I think would be much more acceptable than taking our park away that we've always used. The one thing that I had forgot that I wanted to say when I hesitated there was, I know it's in the city's mandate when it builds subdivisions and does housing developments to make sure there's real good parkland and schools and all the infrastructure to build a healthy community. Well, that park did that for us. That park built a healthy community to our neighborhood. And that's, I really wanted to reiterate that. And I've seen it, like I say, I live across the street from it, I've seen it. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I don't see any questions for you, so thank you for being here today. So those are the public delegations that we have. Does anyone have any questions for staff? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a question with respect to the Menard motion. I understand, like, I'm not going to get into the details of why sites are selected. I think generally speaking, that's best left to staff when it comes to creating housing. But I do wonder, with the implications of the motion, what the responsibility will be for the nonprofit housing provider to, when it says provide green space, like, are they going to be maintaining a green space that is publicly used? And whether we think it's, so that's one question. And then the other question is whether we think it's appropriate, do staff support the motion in the sense that a nonprofit housing provider might have to make some concessions, or presumably might have to make some concessions when it comes to the proposal in the interest of fulfilling the demands of this motion?
Councillor, Mr. Chair, I might take a stab at that one, just having visited the site and appreciating where Councillor Johnson's coming from. I think it really is due to the irregularity of this lot that we have kind of entertained this notion of, let's go out with, whether it's an REOI, a request for proposal, and see what kind of sort of innovative approaches could come back at us with respect to maintaining some open space here, whether that gets carved off and belongs to the city, whether we have a proponent. And I will say that our affordable housing providers really do a lot of unique and interesting sustainable things. So maybe this will be something that grabs their attention and gets a bit of uptake. We have been careful to say we want a structure, or we want understanding that it is best efforts. If we go out with a proposal and we hear back from proponents that this absolutely breaks the deal for us, that this creates undue hardship, we lose units, that it can't feasibly be done, we just want to have a little bit of flexibility to pivot in that case.
Okay, thank you very much for the response. So, we're being on the Build Ottawa board, we talk a lot about this, given that we have this affordable housing lens through which to evaluate proposals. And we have heard back in that way that sometimes the expectations of the city with its criteria can prove to challenge proposals coming forward in the first place. So as long as you're given that, discretion, to be able to evaluate that the property is still going to perform for affordable housing as it's intended, then I'll be comfortable in supporting the motion. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Dudas.
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, Councillor Johnson asked something that was on my mind, and I'm very supportive of the response. So thank you very much for doing that. Thank you to staff for that clarity. I actually wanted to pivot and ask about Clare Route, the property on Clare Route in my ward. One of the items that has been pressing for my residents is not this property in particular specifically, it's the amount of construction that is happening as we speak right now on properties adjacent to this area. And some of the questions I have is in respect to the infrastructure and the traffic flows and parking and kind of all the things that happen that I spoke about in another item. So I wanted to ask staff, how will that be taken into consideration, as this particular property is the one before us now, but we're looking at the greater whole of development in this little parcel of land in Blackburn Hamlet.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can start and then Housing can add to my answer. So until we have an actual development proposal, we don't have a servicing study prepared. Although having said that, staff did do some preliminary investigation, and I believe water and sanitary, there is capacity. We still need to do a bit more investigation with respect to stormwater. With the anticipated approximately 10 dwelling units for the site, there would be approximately 3 peak hour vehicles. So that number of vehicles is able to be supported with the existing road.
I appreciate that. As I mentioned, that was something that had come up for a number of my residents in terms of just adding more density in that particular location. The only other thing that I just wanted to flag, and I know I have brought this up, but I wanted to mention it publicly, and knowing that Councillor Kitts isn't here, I'm bringing it up on both of our behalves, is this particular spot is also where some of the infrastructure pieces, the multi-use path for the interim Brian Colburn extension is supposed to take place. It's supposed to be a cycling and pedestrian access. And I just wanted to make sure that staff are not only aware of that, that you're incorporating that into any request for proposals.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor. We have, this site had originally been considered by staff as the location for that multi-use path. But as we were investigating it as a potential site for affordable housing, we worked with transportation planning staff to revise the alignment of that pathway so that they can accommodate it on other pieces of city-owned land beside the Blackburn bypass, and avoid impacting this property so we can achieve both of those goals at the same time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dudas. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my screen back up. Councillor Menard.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be quick, but just in terms of process, I suspect the first 6 sites that you've identified across the city will not be it, that there would be more identified in the near future over time. Am I accurate in that? Okay, I'm hearing you nodding yes, or seeing you nodding yes. And are there a lot more locations, for example, that staff are looking at as part of that process?
Chair, this is our first round of implementing the city land strategy, which is a housing accelerator fund initiative. So we have gone and scanned every property in the city. We've looked for the ones that are most readily developable, and these are them. These are the easiest ones to develop. Most of them, 5 of the 6 are already zoned for residential, including Hawthorne. It's already zoned residential. The one on Pretty Street is not. That's a vacant community center. So the zoning amendments before you are just gentle density increases to, in most cases, increase from 3 stories to 4. So we're just trying to maximize the opportunity to deliver some affordable units before the 2026 deadline, where we're trying to achieve the most units to deliver on the Housing Accelerator Fund initiatives and the Building Faster Fund with the province.
Thanks for that process piece. A question was raised about soil remediation. If there's any of the sites that have soil remediation necessary, is it the city team that helps with that on the soil remediation side, or how does it work if there's an applicant coming in that also has to do, say, soil remediation? Is there something that stipulates? Because I know the city has a team that helps with that often. Is that the case in these types of developments if there is soil remediation needed?
Through you, Chair, we are, because these are city-owned sites that we're advancing for housing, and in many cases, we do want them to go to not-for-profit housing providers. We are undertaking a lot of the due diligence on these sites. So the city did the phase 1 and phase 2 environmental site assessments for Hawthorne. We've done environmental site assessments for other sites where staff indicated that was a requirement, so that we know what the conditions are. And through some of our housing accelerator funding, and other funding to support affordable housing projects, we can assist in the remediation for some of these sites. In other cases where, for example, some of the sites might be identified to go through disposal through Build Ottawa and it goes to a private developer, they would be required to do remediation potentially, depending on the conditions of the disposal. So in the cases where we're looking at transferring to not-for-profit housing providers, the city is really completing much of that due diligence.
Thanks for that detail. And then just finally on the on an MTO, say setback, where there are, you know, a lot of trees there and potentially future plans, I guess, that have been on the books for a long time now. How is that working in terms of just the interplay between the city and the province, and the possibilities that might exist, or I guess might not exist, depending on how much land they would take, for example?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the application was circulated to MTO and they didn't have a specific comment with respect to expropriation. They indicated that any development on this site would require their permit. So when a development comes forward, it would be circulated to them.
Okay. Thanks for that. No, I really appreciate staff's involvement, and the site is an odd one where it abuts two different streets. And I think there's lots of potential here for keeping a great park space and having, you know, some housing. I respect the process that you folks have gone through, and I know there's a lot more needed in the city on affordable housing, while recognizing needs of communities. The more we can integrate those where there is safe park use space requirements, I think the better. And so I just want to thank staff for working with us on this motion. I hope my council colleagues can support it, so that we can make sure that some of those considerations are taken up in this process. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Menard. I don't see any further questions for staff. Did anyone want to vote on Councilor Menard? No, is that carried? Councilor Menard motion? And is the report carried as amended? Carried. All right. Sorry, I should go through appropriately and orderly, rigorously. We have no in-camera items. There are no motions, notices of motion that I'm aware of. I don't see anything coming. Councillor Tierney, did you wish to put forward an inquiry? Thank you for staff, by the way, Laura and team, for doing that work. I'm excited by that.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great meeting today. While we wait for this to come up. I think this is based on some of the discussion around group home definition. It seems to be very gray. I've spoken to Tim Mark about this in advance, and I'm hoping we can get some answers back. So on the screen in front of us, group home means supervised residential use building, which 3 to 10 persons, exclusive of their dependents or their staff, live in a single housekeeping establishment where residents require support or supervision on a daily basis, but excludes correctional facilities and shelters. So one, do group homes receive tax breaks? And it's a bit of a loaded question. Properties are exempt under the Property Taxation under House of Refuge Act. But I'd like a response to that. 2, do group home properties get charged the vacant unit tax if empty? I kind of know the answer to that, but it's good to know. The answer would be they're not charged because they're exempt from taxes, but I'd like that in writing, please. And I'll give background on why this is important. 3, if the property is currently a group home and then is rented, what burden of proof is required to ensure it's of the same use? 4, in the event the city legal agrees with the tenant's use, what ability does the community have to object or ask for review? And examples would be provincial ombudsman, the local MPP, the province of Ontario office that they've established through the provincial government, private litigation against the city. And number 5, in the event a tenant is deemed not to meet the requirements, what is the immediacy of action? Is it closing the facilities, action against the property owner, etc.? Just to give background to Mr. Chair, I'll be very brief. This stems from that gray area of what's considered a group home. Youth, obviously being in a group home, needing that. I think a lot of communities support that. But when other groups are coming in that don't meet that test, I feel in my mind, when it comes to if they're incarcerated or not, specifically the Youth Services Bureau is taking a LCAP facility that's been vacant for over 2 years. 2 years, a vacant home. And now is renting it out to make money for LCAP, I assume, with the Youth Services Bureau having their interpretation, which my community disagrees with incarcerated or pre-incarcerated individuals coming from another area that's more appropriately zoned. So I will be looking for those answers forthwith, and I assume I'll be able to get those back prior to the council meeting that takes place. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We don't have any other business, and we are adjourned until our next meeting on November 20th. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, everyone.